Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first.
I'm experienced.
Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Urzikstan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
The World Series of Warzone is back.
Shortly pushes the fight. No!
The best Warzone players from around the world dropping in for a chance to prove their region reigns supreme. And you have a front row seat to all the action, all the hype, all for the glory.
Biffle are your champions.
The biggest Warzone competition on the planet just got bigger, bolder, and badder than ever.
Let's go, baby!
This is the World Series of Warzone. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone. We are back. If you're a Warzone competitor or a fan of Warzone in general, there's no better place to be where you are right here, right now, watching the best in the world go for a ton of money and also the chance at being the global champion. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. It feels so good to be back, not only for World Series of Warzone, but also with the two wonderful people that you two are. Dream Crazy, you're looking great. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I tell you what, it's been a long time since I've been around. I took a little bit of a break, but hey, last week an email saved my life, and my goodness, you guys, there's been a lot of teams I've been having to catch on because of these roster changes. This competition this year, it is fierce.
It is, isn't it? Well, because they know the standard they need to be at, right? We've been doing this now for many years at this point. This is my third year on the Daz stream. I believe your fourth year, right? You're a veteran, the OG when it comes to the series. And Dancho, this is your third year, I believe, returning back. It's great to see you, man. How's everything been?
It has been fantastic. Time is an enigma. I forget exactly how long I've been doing this, but hey, the last month of competitive Warzone has been absolutely insane. We got new teams. We have a new format. We have a new map here. I think it's going to all culminate here today because we got some teams going home, others trying to keep their dream alive.
That's right. No more Al-Mazrah. We're now in Urzikstan, and I can't wait to get into it. Let's talk about last year, though. Last year was incredible and gave us so many wonderful moments. We crowned our first ever global champion, Biffle, Shifty, Sage. They worked hard to get there. And, you know, Dream, I remember looking down and looking at 150 players on the same stage. It was ridiculous.
Absolutely insane, and the bragging rights too for some of these players. For the first ever LAN online can't be an excuse anymore. And how electric was it? That crowd was amazing, and oh my gosh, the energy in that room was just, there's just so many words, you couldn't even describe it.
It was incredible. I do remember looking out though and seeing these three guys in banana outfits. So that was the highlight, I think, for me. It was the most ridiculous thing. But seriously, Dandro, these guys right in front of you, taking home the championship, taking home the first ever global final championship to date.
It was a really, really awesome experience to be able just to kind of look across, see all the teams, and see this moment in particular, right? Seeing how far those three men have come through Warzone to be able able to lift that trophy, and also this monumental occasion as well. Skullface winning the solo YOLO. It was just an absolute blast to be there alongside everyone and just watch some top-tier Warzone live in person.
Skullface, he was so pumped up to win that $100,000 that he took home from one single map, but it was a grueling one for sure, and I very distinctly remember that final zone. These are the prizings for this year. $1 million guaranteed, everyone. The top 20 will walk away with money. First place getting $300,000, Dream.
Yeah, and that is such a big chunk of money,
Huge.
life-changing money. And what's crazy though, this time around, you have to make it to global final.
Got to make it the global final, right? That's the only chance you have to make money, and that's one of the biggest changes when it comes to the 2024 prizing. However, money is not all you're going to be earning if you become a champion. Dandro, you can also have your chance to be put literally in the map itself.
Dude, this was, I think, probably the coolest thing I've ever seen. To see these three players be able to be, enamored through the game. I know I play a lot of Warzone, man, and every time I'm in downtown trying to fly off the top of a building, I'll take a little bit of a look to the left there, see the boys, give them a little wave before I get sniped out of the air, of course, as is tradition.
That's right. As is tradition, especially with the car being around now, right? Everybody's getting sniped out of the air. I remember watching, I believe, Biffle or Shifty's stream, one of the two, and them being excited to just drop in and go and look at that in-game poster. Incredible. But it's a grueling route, right, to become global champion, and it all started a couple of weeks back. Let's run you through what it takes to get not only to global finals, but also to where we are today. We had the in-game open that broke into the four groups A, B, C, and D that led into the upper bracket, but things got a little bit mixy there, and some teams had to drop down to the lower round 2 bracket, which is where we are starting today. But what's at stake? Who will be moving forward, and whose job got a little bit harder? Well, the top 20 will move forward towards finals, which will be happening in a couple of days for the respective regions. Then you've got 12 teams who get one more shot at the LCQ. But there's only 5 spots available, 4 regular spots in the 1 wildcard slot, which makes things a bit interesting. And then, of course, today, 8 teams will be eliminated. It's going to be sad to see some teams go, but that's just the way it is when you're competing in the World Series of Warzone. So the goal today, at least break into the top 20. Hopefully you could be top 12, but if you wanted the bottom 8, it was great watching you play regardless. Dream, let's talk about some of the wonderful teams that are competing today.
Instantly, my eyes is going to that female love. I'm looking at Swisham, Nico, and Foulnets, who, well, again, Swisham, only female, of course, or aside from Steve, 2 females competing in this, but saying that they got 0 practice going into this, but a lot of chemistry that they've had over the years, longtime friends, but being able to just not even have any practice, 0 anything, but progressively getting better, like, I can see them going far. We're rooting for you. We need to see another female at that global final, because Smixy was there last year.
That's right, and Smixy tore it up. It was so nice to see her there. I know it meant a lot. Now for you, Dandro, who are we looking out for?
Well, I'm going to be looking at this team, Super Rob, Kronos, Christ as well, because, man, they have been doing some crazy, crazy stuff. Second in LR1, highest total kills of 71 with an average placement of 13th. If they can up that placement, they can absolutely cook and go up that leaderboard, because I think it's going to be absolutely perfect for them to come out on top here today.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Also, Finesse and 2 Dream also playing.
Yeah, and I was going to give a shout out to Yeeboy because I had the pleasure of talking with him. One of the most passionate team is Yeeboy, Green Doze, and Freddy. These guys are just so awesome. We just saw them on screen previously, but so awesome. I actually chose Call of Duty versus the NBA. Okay,
oh, no way.
12-year-old self is the dream to make here. So shout out to Yeeboy, Freddy, and Green Doze. I can't wait to see what those guys do today because passion was running in their veins. They were first in lower round 1s too, by the way.
I love that, man. Come on, talk about making it into the big leagues and then choosing the big leagues yourself with the World Series of Warzone. I'm looking at number 40, Quay, Ant, and Taj, a team that I think could make a big difference and no strangers when it comes to Warzone competitive. They also competed last year. They made it decently far, but they're looking to go even further this year. Taj, Quay, both Army, so you know I have to represent those boys, right? Coming from the good old Army myself. But those are your teams in chat. Let us know who you're personally looking at because there's a lot to choose from. And again, top 20 is the goal, but at least you do not want to be the bottom 8 because you don't want your World Series of Warzone run to end today. But it's going to happen no matter which way you cut it. Just don't be one of them. Dream, it's always fun though talking to you because I know you do your research and you break down the rosters. And one of my favorite segments on the desk is actually our Dream Team, and I get to find out who we need to be on the lookout for. So Dream, who's your Dream Team today?
Well, this time around, I did something different. I scouted some teams that I haven't particularly heard of, as you had seen, but this one we have heard of, but I feel like it always seems to be cut short, and it is Team IQ, Arrays, and Desmond. A Team in IQ and Arrays have been a long-time duo for a while, maybe deemed as the Twitch rivals Star Wars, right? They played with Ebates back in the day, but I want to see them at that global final, and with the lead of Desmond, too, who actually last year had dominated Season 1 and Season 2 qualifiers, but in finals always tanked with his squad, and then having that lucky opportunity to win that wild card LCQ with Crowder, and then again, just on these little instances where barely making it, you want to see Desmond make it this time around because it is much harder to qualify. As you guys know, the format is different this year. So I'm shooting for you guys. Rob, you had motivated me back in the day, so now I'm motivating you. You guys, go kill it.
Everything coming full circle, right? That support is never forgotten, right? In fact, I believe it's always paid back in twofold. I love that, right? So supporting the underdogs, and everybody loves a good underdog story, along with the top dogs who, well, they're already up there, but the underdogs, they're hungry for more success. Dandro, a lot has changed going into Modern Warfare 3, and of course, going into Urzikstan. Let's talk about Dandro's deep dive and what we could be expecting today.
Yeah, if you've been watching competitive Warzone over the last month, you've probably seen a lot of similar loadouts amongst our players, but let's do a deep dive into why we are seeing some of those choices. Let's kick it off with the Holger 26. Day 1 World Series of Warzone, we saw that DG58 get nerfed, and there had to be a gun to usurp the throne. It was this one, the Holger 26 LMG. It gives you the movement, the mobility of an AR. It gives you the stopping power of that LMG, and just you get 60 rounds. You don't have to dedicate a whole magazine slot to it. It's no surprise to see players picking this one on up. Another weapon, though, is the Kar 98K, baby. We talked about it. Season 4 brought back this iconic weapon, and it's making its mark in the competition here today. The marksman rifle is going to be able to one-shot headshot within 65 meters. So some of our competitors, they're using that to their advantage. They're getting these opening picks, and they are full-sending teams, able to get some of those eliminations. But it's not going to be just the Holger and the Kar 98 that's going to be in the pockets, and you're also going to have the Superi 46. This gun has taken the meta by storm, being the SMG of choice from all of our players. It has some insane strafe speed. It's got really decent recoil to it. It packs a punch, and at the end of the day, you are going to be able to take fights at many different ranges. Now, the interesting thing about this Superi, folks, guess what? 11,000 of our total eliminations have come from the Superi, which is just insane when you stack it up across the Holger 26, the Kar 98K, and even some things like the SVA and the BAL. But enough about the guns. Let's talk about some of the equipment that some of our players are going to be using here today. Kicking it off, it's a smoke world, and we're just living in it, everybody. Smokes, they're going to create these lines of sights. They're going to block off the viewpoint of some of these players, and they're going to be able to create some chaos in those end games. When it comes to the lethals, it's going to be all about the C4s, right? They have this insane damage radius. They have great damage on top of it, and it helps you can whip them like a frisbee in a backyard barbecue, okay? Got a couple of perks that we're going to be seeing our players as well use: resupply or radiated. We'll talk more about those later because they win those end game scenarios. They're absolutely going to come in clutch, but that will be what we expect to see from all of our players here today.
Such a clean segment. Well done. And obviously, I feel like a better player at this point in time, right? Because it's like I just got the full-on breakdown of what's in, what's out, and what's important for obviously this stage, right, of the World Series of Warzone. I know the car has been a weapon everybody's been using. I've been getting melted by that. And I've also been doing the melting myself. Okay, don't get me wrong. Hey, that old Reflections, host back in the day that wasn't good at the game, no more. All right, I'm great at the game now. I'm not good enough to be here. Okay, but I'm good enough for at least Diamond 1. Okay, and Diamond 1 for me. Hey, it's no Dream though. Dream, I think you're sitting. Where are you sitting at currently when it comes to raid?
Dandro and I just played recently, so we hit Diamond 1.
Okay. Hey,
we're getting back to it.
Why aren't we squadding up?
We asked you and you said no.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
You literally said
You
no.
better know.
I did. I'm sorry, I did say no. You're right. I was busy. What am I gonna do? Okay, but I love the game. I really do, and I'm so excited to be back for the World Series of Warzone. The teams are ready to go, obviously, but this is a stressful moment, Dream, because you have now obviously lower round 2. The chance to make it into the finals directly is over with, right? Outside, excuse me, the first chance, anyways, I should say.
Right.
You do have a chance, right? Top 20 to move the finals. Some people's tournament lives are already on the line given this tournament. After the 6 games that we'll be watching, the pressure is at an all-time high. What's the mindset of the competitors going into today?
Yeah, no, that's exactly the good shout because of the fact that the format is different than last year, right? You had so many opportunities to make it into the tournament, but this is it. So that extra pressure, as I was talking to some of these competitors, it is on. They have to be locked in like never been locked before.
That's right.
I had no idea where I was going with that. But yeah, like you cannot falter. You have to stay in your game. And IGL, right? We're going to have a lot of pressure on the IGLs being able to make calls because sometimes I was noticing some of these teams will call out loot or call out what they're doing, but not really having any direction on where they're going. So those pinch situations might happen or they might be taking too long in some of these fights. So really want to see just a lot of those IGLs step it up today because the pressure is on.
The pressure's on for sure, but the pressure's going to be called all day long by our wonderful casters you know and love. Let's bring them in. It's Spider, Tiff, it's Goj. It's great to see the both of you once again for another year of World Series of Warzone. Tiff, how's everything been?
Hey, it's been absolutely amazing. I haven't been grinding ranked enough like you guys, so I can't say that I'm Diamond 1 or any of that nature, but I'm about to finish Borealis, and it's better late than never. But other than that, we're so in for a treat here today.
Absolutely. And Goj, come on, man. You look great. The hair is flowing. Greek god.
I'm just here.
It's great to see you.
Super excited to be here. I hope you all have fun on the desk. We'll see you in a bit. Tiff, look, it's time. We're back. It's World Series of Warzone. We're about to get some incredible 6 games of action here in the World Series of Warzone. And look, we got a lot we could talk about. The desk broke down everything really about the metas and all of that. One other meta note I wanted to make, though, the 3-2-1 meta is back, or maybe it never left. Okay, last year we talked a lot about that, the idea of team shotting. We're gonna see that again today because you have to get these points on the board and you have to get them early. 3-2-1 meta certainly helps. Let's take a look at it. Tiff, break it down for me.
Yeah, of course. I love that you already brought in some of that because you want to get those eliminations. Today, you are going to see those 6 private lobbies across Urzikstan with 40 squads dropping in. 1 point per elimination, which is pretty standard. However, those placement multipliers for this have been really exciting. If you win, you get that 2x multiplier and it's going to scale all the way. A lot of strategy that's going to be involved for some of our squads here today is going to be at least hitting that 1.6x multiplier that you get once you hit 10th place. Now, something that you were talking about and that we've seen a lot about throughout our qualification process to get here is not only that 3-2-1 meta, but the PDSs to make those end games be so dramatically long.
Yeah, no, I was watching some of our watch party. Shout out to the Pulse Check for coverage up until now, and I know they're still going. Look, I was watching some of the gameplay. It was 6 circle. I look over and there's 90 people still alive on a downtown circle. So it's like, hey, if we're headed over to city, you're gonna see a crazy amount of players. And so because of that, you also obviously have to get to your piece of cover. You have to get to your high ground, but PDSs are everything. We see teams stacking 5, 6, 7 of them even in backpacks to hold out as long as they possibly can in the gas. Maybe pick off a couple people that don't have as many of them as they rotate in early, and then they come in after they've cleared a way for themselves. So really excited to see those PDSs and see how teams are able to utilize them. I saw Almond get a 0-kill win by utilizing one of those just a moment ago as he was preparing for the finals here. So we'll see him later in the competition, but excited to get through that today. And look, we got to set the stakes. Okay, Taylor talked about it at the top of the show. We've got 20 teams that can make the finals. They're regional finals here today, North America finals. We also have 12 teams that potentially make LCQs, which is still a chance to make it into the competition, but much, much harder. And then we have 8 teams that are getting eliminated. This is make or break, back against the wall. You cannot be last.
No, I mean, no, you cannot be last at all. You can't be outside of the 32 because at the end of the day, like you mentioned, you just need to advance on, hit yourself into that top 20. And granted, I would not be one of the teams to make it to that last chance qualifier. If I'm them, I want the top 20. Of course, I will still take that 21st through 32nd spot to get one of the last shot in the LCQs. But man, it's already stressful enough just trying to get to the global LAN finals, but to have to really grind through the LCQs. I mean, hey, maybe we'll see a Cinderella story, maybe we won't. At the end of the day, there's a lot of top contending teams that you're going to meet in the later processes. Quick shout out though, Goj, we are live not only on Twitch, but also on YouTube. So be sure to check us out wherever you like to get your Call of Duty World Series of Warzone content out at. And I believe there is also a leaderboard stream. So we'll go ahead and get things into it because match number 1, it's got to be getting close, Goj. And for the teams that may have not already found themselves waiting in the next round of qualifications, is there anyone that you've been specifically keeping your eyes on? I know the desk covered a lot, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, look, I mean, we could already start it off, Tiff, if you want. We can throw some picks out there. I like throwing some names around. Yeah, I was looking at a couple of these teams. I think there's a couple like really solid teams. We've talked about Tommy before, but I need to give him his flowers. Tommy is the most earned Warzone player of all time, period, end of sentence. Over $500,000 earned over the last several years of Warzone. And so if you count Tommy out, you're wrong. I don't care if he's at the bottom of the leaderboard going into the last map. You never count Tommy out. It's been proven over and over again. However, his team is quite different this year, playing with Teeny and Obs over from the AU region, who made their way all the way over to Canada to compete in this tournament, playing with Tommy. This is a team that hasn't put it together yet. Today could be that day, okay? So watch out for that squad. I never count my boy Tommy out. He is the best in the business. It's just a matter of getting that Kim down with this squad.
No, I think those are very valid shout outs. I'm going to go ahead and go Finessin, Sir Taylor, and omit T. But yeah, T has been grinding a lot of Urzikstan, whether that's 2v2s or customs. And to be able to be potentially a woman on that LAN finals that only Smixy has been able to do so far, look, you've got to do it. You've got to start here. Hit that top 20.
Yeah, T is so good at this game. Let's be very clear. Like, competes in multiplayer, but also competes in Warzone. Over $20,000 earned on the title. Like, she dominates. Actually, a top Slayer on her team as well. So definitely watch out for that squad. Quick look at the map, though. You all know it. You all hopefully love it. We certainly do. Urzikstan, an incredible map here with Warzone, and so excited to be casting. This is our first look at Warzone at Urzikstan in Codcast. Tiff. We are back with Codcaster and our players are flying in. Let's take a quick look at their drop in. Here we go. Map number 1. It started. We're dropping in, and Codcaster is back. We're gonna get a flyover view. Just a quick look at the scenes as the plane flies in. Where are our players dropping? I know I'm gonna see Clutch Belk head over to City and head to construction site with all the cranes around it. I know some of these players are gonna land on the edge of the map and work their way in, but we get a chance to see it on main stage for the first time. Wow, a map view as well, Tiff. I am living the dream right now.
I know, there's the one thing that I missed about World Series of Warzone. It's this integration of Codcaster to really be able to provide so many highlights, all of the different levels. You think back to some last year, especially in the EMEA region, right? We saw the layer cakes that were happening in Al Mazrah, and now I'm just needing a city ending in Zaravan so we can witness a true layer cake. With the action already going through, Super Rob's team is going to be sent to the Gulag, Clutch Belk falling, and well, we were wondering if we were gonna get some hot drops, and we definitely are. Yeah,
it's so fun because some of these players all of these players have played against each other at least at some level in the group stages, and so they have some understanding of which drop spots might be contested, which might not. But all of these teams might also pivot, and they might have a couple different drop spots that they're comfortable with. Quick shout, by the way, Tiff, in the kill feed there, Dame Different made his way into this competition. Unfortunately, one of our squads could not compete today. That was Astro Boy, who actually got 3rd during lower bracket round round one. And so our 21st team, Dame Different, did make their way into this competition just right before we got started today. It seems like they've already got a couple kills to boot as well. So we're going to swing around to different POIs, checking some of our teams here in the early game. As we head over to Array, all seems fairly quiet as we pick up on some loot caches.
Hey, look, the best thing you can do is hit up all those loot caches, grab your money, get a quick loadout, and just start going on that hunt. For now, I can already see Tommy going down early. You gave them huge shout-outs based on that, playing alongside Teeny and Obs. You're right out of the AU region. Now, that has been a journey for that squad in particular. And I'd imagine one of the squads we should easily see in our top 20. But let's jump on board here with E700, Funzy and co. Funzy already down and out, and things are gonna get a little bit interesting. I was curious if we would see teams be hyper aggressive early on, because when you think of the average points per game you need to be at to hit that top 20 cutoff, it's been around 52 points throughout all prior iterations that we've witnessed so far.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout out as well. Like, we're going to have these thresholds we're going to be watching today because, of course, you want to win this stage for your ego, for your Kim, kind of for some momentum. I mean, frankly, yes. I mean, because winning this stage, winning lower round 2 means absolutely nothing besides an ego play and say, hey, look, we're here to play and we're here to win. And so if you think you don't deserve to be in the lower rounds, you should have won earlier, your team maybe made a mistake or what have you, now's the time to prove it. But it's just about being top 20. Here's the first gunfight on main stage, and Locksteel goes wild, getting, I believe, almost an entire team wipe as H-Pot flies back in, likely from the Gulag. Not close there for Locksteel. A quick win, no problems at all. Right back into the mix.
Oh, Bassini here, last alive for the squad, but you can see that they're going to be making their comebacks from the Gulag, just kind of playing it safe, trying to hold angles, waiting for the approach. But I like that we're just kind of biding our time. We don't want to extend out too far into this, but the push is already coming from the outside. You go prone, you drop them, but there's the reinforcement. And just like that, it was looking promising until it wasn't.
Yeah, this is the thing to watch out for. Opal Palace pretty much always will have at least 2 teams dropping at it from what we've seen during the group stages and lower bracket round 1. Fairly nice drop spot to start from a loot standpoint as well. But this is what I was talking about. Like, you have to find some of these eliminations early. The question is, are they high percentage gunfights? You can see as Obs falls, Tommy is immediately running away. Now, Teeny falls as well, so this is definitely a signal flare to say, get the heck out of here, Tommy. This is never worth your time. And gonna try to get a quick buy off. Yeah, it does get Teeny up in the air, so job's not done for this squad, but Tommy in trouble. Tommy eliminated as well. Things are not going well for this trio. We'll see if maybe Obs can win the Gooch.
You've got to win the Gooch at that point, because if you're over at Bazaar and things get crazy, and I love that Tommy just really sent it for the mobile buy station. Unfortunately, there were 2 other squads there, but let's check in with Bling, CJ, Sammy, Nobu, Spartan. You've got Casper and Schween just above them on the roof. You can already tell they've got a trophy system down to protect them from any sorts of lethal. And I thought Bling was going to go there for a jump spot, but we're going to actually filter through, answer back with a trophy of our own, and hit the trap. You can see right there all of that information going out. Grab the knock, reposition, but will that allow Bling CJ enough time to go up the stairs and finish it out?
Bling goes down and Sammy in trouble, so they had player advantage and then they lost it because of positioning. Schween was able to make a huge play. Bling is now into the Gulag as Nobu and Sammy try to readdress this fight from a different angle. Tiff, we're going to be seeing this all day today. How do you use your team advantage to your advantage? Can you play trades? Sammy on 1 HP in a dream as Nobu tries to find an opening fight here. It is a 2v2 on this building, and it seems like they're going to be here for a while in Estates as Sammy has now grabbed high ground on the other side, and Schween, Casper able to get the buyback, which will turn the tide in their favor. So Nobu pushes. Can't let this team regain. Cannot let them get to a 3v2. And now you know they've got eyes in the skies. C4s galore. It's going to be a C4 zone all day today. Can you use them effectively? As the fight slows and the third flies in. Sammy needs to get a knock now and can't get it.
Nice opening damage there, and I thought that was really interesting when Dandro was kind of touching on his deep dive earlier. He specifically says throw in C4s like a frisbee at a backyard barbecue. Well, I have never heard something more true in my entire life. C4s are the bane of my existence and the bane of all of our competitors here as we get a good look at Terrorize Oreo get picked on the screen and smokes everywhere to cut off those lines of sights to reposition. And even if you feel like you don't need them, you do. There is someone lurking amongst the shadows with that Car 98 that's going to be holding all kinds of angles.
Yeah, this Oreo team's a fun one to talk about. They really did well in the group stages. Lower round one, not too bad as well. Oreo competed in challengers. Terrorize, really strong player as well. So watch out for that squad. I believe, as the pull check likes to say, that could be an underhorse for the day.
An underhorse,
a mix
that's right.
between the underdogs and the dark horses. But Vonbot, a player that frankly should be on nobody's underhorse list, should be a player to watch out for today. Played with Donkey and Nofo last year. Swapped it up this time around. Devo and Shuro, Slayers in their own right. I think this team is a really strong squad. Dropped down from the winner's bracket, or upper bracket rather, and could make a play today. I know this is one of those teams that thinks they shouldn't be here, but now's the time to prove it.
That's true. I mean, Shiro and Devo used to play alongside Jackal, who's kind of gotten picked up and has already found themselves in the later stages. But for Shiro, Devo, picking up with Vonbot here, have found themselves just waiting, looking for some eliminations, trying to get started on this action. Now, granted, when you have Oreo and Co just down here on the outside of the building, the question is, how are we going to be able to take those angles and make it safely when you can see there's things like mortars and bunker busters that everyone is stocking up on?
Here we go. We got Nico, Swish'em, Fall Nets. On the other side, this team is such a fun squad to watch out for. I know our dear friend Dream Crazy shouted them out beforehand. This is so brutal. Fried trying to get the knock through the wall. Maybe a quick wall bang to start things off. Again, both teams just jockeying on position, looking to get the entry knock so they can use the player advantage and win the gunfight. You've got to get a knock first. Here's a quick look at the map and see where we're rotating to. Looks like we're going northeast-ish. Could end up around maybe low military base is my guess, but excited to see what happens here in this fight.
Yeah, we've also seen it kind of pull towards the water where Squad 14, who is Team City, was kind of navigating towards, but Little Mario is still on the rooftop. Love that we're using the trophy system to help out with some of those lethals. Now, granted, we did see a lot of damage going straight towards Swish. She lost her shields for a time being, but has been able to reposition. Clown, though, on the other side, wants to get aggressive and see if we can make a flank play, get behind those enemy lines, and now we start pushing. Gets dropped by Foul Nets. Little Mario has to help on out. There we go. Takes down Nico, takes down Foul Nets, and things are just gonna get crazier from here.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for. You find that entry knock, whether it's on a flank, whether it's a C4 or something in between. Once you get it, you push the equation and try to wipe the team as fast as possible. If you let them get it out, they will try to regain. If they regain, they could win the whole map. These are the moments you look back on and say, what if you would have grabbed Swish'em there, right? What if you would have wiped this squad? Watch out for Swish'em's team. Let's see if they're able to regain later as we check out a couple different POIs. Lowtown we go, and hanging out on the low side of Lowtown is Tough. I was corrected, by the way, not H-Pot. Maybe both is what I'll go with.
H-Pot. What do you mean?
They're hanging on the low side and Exact on the high side of Lowtown here, just over top. I have an assumption they know exactly where the other team's at. It's just a matter of when do we make the play, and it seems like right now is the time to make a play. Trying to find that entry knock, maybe with some sort of an equipment, or just dropping all down together and playing trades.
Curious to see how we're going to make that go through, but time is of the essence, especially over here in Lowtown. A lot of teams are going to be hitting that rotation specifically because that zone keeps pulling towards the northeastern side, up towards military, whether that pulls to the bridge outside of Pop-Off, we'll see. But Sneely drops on down, starts chucking those C4s, detonates, not going to connect, but maybe it's enough chaos to be able to filter through. And as I say that, sit rep, goodbye. We talked about it, and you've got Locksteel and Co. rotating straight on in to maybe take some shots, as well as another squad, Team B Mark.
Yeah, talk about third parties, fourth parties, and everything in between. 4 squads in this area, and it looks like Locksteel's team has decided to rotate up the river a bit further and not deal with this fight. So instead, we've got 3 teams all jam-packed here into this side of Lowtown. Who's gonna get the early knock? We got C4s going up. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. No, just 1 connects, but 1 player drops. You can see that team immediately scattering outside and running away. Team 31, that's the squad to watch out for. One of their players gets knocked, and they are getting out of this fight as fast as possible. So now it's Exact holding down this building, and the other team says, too many C4s for us as well. J-Tech, B-Mark, Slide, they push up the hill and away as Patch moves over to the right-hand side.
And at least they recognize that this is a fight that's not going to bode well. I would rather stay alive, keep all of my resources, my weapons, and not have to jockey to get them later. But back on board, Swish, Foulnets, Nico, they've already made a nice recovery here. We're starting to take some shots onto Wheels, but hey, we get punished for that extension out here at Opal Palace. Now, back on for the repeat. Has to be smart about it, but I'm curious to see maybe we can make a play for, once again, trying to flank, similar to what we witnessed from Little Mario's squad earlier.
Yeah, this is one of those moments too where you're like, what if they would have wiped Swish'ems, right? Like, if you can switch them out, they don't regain here. We have a whole different ball game, and all of a sudden, another team in trouble. But this is also where you say, do we really want to be rotating in this late? We have 29 trios still up on this map. We are closing in on our fourth circle, 77 players up. So this is one of those zones that won't have a crazy amount of people in the final circle because it is probably a bit more open than, of course, something like a city ending or something like that. So watch out for that as well. We want to rotate early, and Swish'em's team is rotating in late. We're going to do a very quick listen in on this trio to see what they're thinking on this rotation, because this will be a bit tough.
Yeah, I think we got to cross the river and just kind of play mixy in Lowtown, okay?
Yeah, I hear that.
They bought back. There's
That's
a
it.
floater.
I mean, yeah, that's it. That's it. Third. They're gonna try to hold on this bridge, okay?
Yeah.
Let me know when to pop this UAV.
I mean, we're not gonna see anybody. I think most people are ghosted.
Yeah, you can pop it now though. I think we're gonna play right here.
Yeah, they're playing. Where do you want to go here? You gonna go across?
Yeah, let's go right. Let's go right.
Yeah, you see me. He's gonna be on the fence. Right here. Going across.
I'm looking. Two of them. They don't see us.
Sorry, I thought they were gonna shoot.
Yeah, you're good.
Blue one. Yeah.
Keep working up left on this. Keep working up left on
You see me
this.
swinging left? Yep, I hear that.
I see you. I'm with you.
Take a move behind us too.
More.
Hang it up. Oh,
I'm playing close.
Yeah, I'm in with you, Nico.
Here. Watch it. They might see 4.
I'm gonna get top of this.
Hey, behind the trash can. Can't try to snipe.
Look at angle in.
Careful. He's jump shotting that.
Yeah, I got tagged. I got a plate. We got to keep moving with this fight, okay?
Yep. Swinging left here.
Yeah, they're gonna keep swinging right. I'm working with Nico.
I'm coming. They're just sitting there.
Okay.
Yeah, we just gotta keep working it up. We gotta work up this hill, Nico, okay?
Up it? Okay.
Yeah, we gotta work up
I'm
this.
in front. The door.
I got
Winning.
One shot.
I got side from the left.
I hear you. Try to smoke if you can.
Okay. Are we going to the water or what?
Yeah, let's get forward. Fuck that fight.
Okay. There's a lot of guys in front of us.
I'm mortared up close.
Okay. Yep, right here. Line marked it in the open. I'm gonna keep smoking our back here.
Tiff, we pick up right in the middle of a crazy fight. 3 teams on the far side of this bridge, and Swish'em squad had incredible comms, clear communication across the board to denote where they needed to go and where to watch out from. This is awesome to watch, but we are right into the mix with them as they run into a couple teams here and somehow just wipe everybody to clear this side of the circle. I am blown away because their rotation came in so late. They had to be strategic, and then when they get there, the other team didn't even hear them coming and just gets obliterated.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. I mean, they saw Clutch Belk in the building. They were able to almost bring him straight down. But now you can see 25. That's Clutch Belk hitting that mirrored rotation. Now, granted, I wouldn't pick a fight with Swish'em squads, but we still have to actually keep on moving. Job's not done. You can see that next zone is going to pull directly into military base. Now, we were curious, would it go bridge? Would it go towards the cliffside? No, we are going to have a very populated end game, but the issue is getting there. That is that open field that you're going to have to go through that drops down into military base itself. With the utilization of the Car 98, the chances of being gate kept are going to be wild.
Yeah, I really like this circle for the first map because you do have a bit of cover. You have a nice variety. There is a sizable amount of cover if you can get there. The teams that got there earlier are going to be rewarded for it. As we take a quick look at that map view from before, Tommy was there. They have regained and they were already in the center. Clown rips T from crazy distance. Couldn't even hardly see a pixel, but gets it anyways. Don't think he'll get the cleanup there, but at least negating some resources to be used later in the game. So things to watch out for, Tiff. Which teams are already there? We saw Tommy in the end game already. Dead center on some of those buildings around the courtyard. And apparently somebody's contesting. That's what I was going to denote next, is that if you get there early, you're going to be contested for those spots because everyone wants them. You can see off on the right-hand side, you've got Tommy's team being contested by Team 20. And then you have this edge zone that Mark's in. Frankly, I don't like this spot at all. Unless you get really lucky on zone pull, you're going to have to move in through fairly open spaces, which is why you have to use that smoke.
I don't hate it for the time being, considering you have to see how many eliminations can we get. Now, this is a squad that had a rather interesting dynamic to it, and honestly I was shocked to even hear them lock it in ready to play, but they're holding that western side of that next circle. Now this is going to be good if someone's looking to wrap around and potentially chow you. We can see Fried, Clown, and Little Mario, they're going to be looking for a space to play, but we're still on the outside looking in. Fried kind of balancing along this tower here just for some shape of cover to say, hey, how do we know, is this going to be free? But look who's on the move. It's going to be Nico, Swish'em, and Foulnuts. This squad has not made it in just yet. They've been very late on their rotations, as we've previously heard from them. My question is, does that force action here for this squad on the screen? And we're throwing the C4s, and it does make sure that OP Mark squad will hit the road.
Yeah, pushes them out early. Again, 3v2, so OP Mark team knows they have to run away, and frankly, they got to get to the next zone anyway, so not a bad rotate for them at all. We can see our next zone continuing to scooch closer and closer to kind of that mid-south section of military. There's a lot of cover here, and it's about to get real hot real quick. Somehow Swish'em's team is still alive, and they've rotated in. Excited to see them continue to just carve the pathway for themselves. They said, late rotate, coach? Don't worry, we got it. We'll kill everybody in our path to get there. We'll see if they can continue to do that, as we have 5, 6, 7 teams all here on that northwestern side of this next 6th zone. Here comes Clown rotating in late. They know there's teams inside this building. Where do we go from here? Do we take the high ground? Do we take the middle of the building? Do we take the bottom of the building? All are viable. Where are the rest of the teams? And Clown, they've got to hear footsteps above them. They've got to know there's a team, at least one team above them, and likely one team below.
Hey, look, this is the layer cake we wanted. The ultimate collapse about to occur with 18 squads in the lobby. We are into that 1.4x multiplier. And for squads that have already found a good chunk of eliminations, it's the one we're on screen with. Now, granted, Dame Different squad, they stepped in today for Team Astro Boy Hero. So fantastic to see them still in it. But also, team number 6, Team Finesse and Sir Taylor and Omit T are dead center. And it just shifts even further towards the east. But I'm really curious if they can take out Team 36. It should be a solid game for them. But until, oh, we get to check it out. Okay, let's see. Sir Taylor on the screen now, back to Finesse and has to plate on up. But they're maintaining control of the building for now.
Yeah, 2 main POIs that worth fighting for is this one, and then the spot that Drift's team, Team 38, is holding down on the south side. Those are our 2 biggest buildings. Those are the ones you're going to want to hold as we prepare for the next zone. As a reminder, you're going to see PDSs for days here shortly, because some of these teams are going to elect to rotate early. Some rotate late. Snipes coming through. Finesse looking for one, only gets the crack. Swish'em's team is still alive. I told you to watch out for him. Could have been wiped early, but they weren't able to be wiped. Swish'em stayed alive, and all of a sudden, they're in the end game. 15 teams left here, Tiff. We are into the 1.4x multiplier. The teams are looking for 1.6 if they can make it to top 10, and that's going to come here very shortly. Time has ultimate high, but is all by his lonesome. He is going to hang out as long as he can today, as we have another fight on the right-hand side, as Reed Boy is back into the mix, taking fights low ground of the building that Team 30, I believe 38 and 37 are both occupying on the right-hand side.
All right, back to Clown's POV here. A couple squads here PDSing outside of that circle. You see the pull come through, and Team 23 has 2 up, still looking to hang out. But now, granted, we're burning through the large majority of our resources this early on. I don't feel comfortable that Fried is currently the only one that has that gas mask. Now, some teams will stockpile 2 to 3 PDSs at least per person. You can see already has that bunker buster and a deployable cover for that end game. There goes Nico and Squad switch down and out. That should potentially be a wipe for them. and we are just moments away from hitting the top 10. Can Fried survive here? No, they will be the 11th squad to go out, and here comes Sir Taylor, Finessin, and Omit T.
A lot of teams still left alive, but we are in the 1.6 times multiplier. 10 squads left, and here come the late rotates. Everybody playing in the gas, because that's what you have to do. If you go too early, you're going to get picked off in the advance. That was Swish'em squad that I was talking about before. They are down and out as Falnets finally gets wiped, but they made top 10. Here comes Sir Taylor late. PDS gets ripped. They are low on resources. They are low on gas masks. Everybody is struggling in the gas, but can they get a couple picks here? We're looking for top 5. Omit T still has the very remainder of that durable gas mask to make a play. Here come the fights on the other side, though. Crafty picking off one on distance. They're on the edge. We're moving into the 9th circle. This will be the final fight as we are into the top 5.
All right, Crafty Stemper here. You can see right there, the buyback came through, and Drifts will fall. Zul's on the opposing side. Into the final 3 we go. We're looking for that 2x multiplier. Can we win that out? No. Who is going to be left standing? Who takes map number 1?
I think it was Team 32. I think it was Stimper, Crafty, and Zen Purity, or was it Shaded Step? We'll see here in just a moment. It was so much chaos in the final seconds, Tip, that really getting to top 5 just came naturally. It was a skill to get to top 10, and then it was just utter chaos. And where did we push the fight that we want? And I think that's going to be the big conversation today, is how high of a % chance do we have to win the gunfight at any given moment? Is it a 3v3 at the beginning of the game, or are there 7 teams all in an area, and instead we can PDS, wait it out, play a late rotate, and pick off weak teams after they've already been in a fight just afterwards? So I think we saw a couple teams do that. OP Mark squad really did well to stay alive on the right-hand side, wiping teams that had their POIs locked down early. They then pushed in, cleared them out, and were able to potentially take the win. But I'm excited to see a replay of that final fight, because it was utter chaos going in to that final circle. Because like we expected, we got to 9th circle, and I have a pretty good feeling that we're going to get to 9th circle every single map.
Oh, 100%. We're going to be going the long distance. Like you said, a lot of those teams, at the end of the day, it's the multiplier, and you want to guarantee yourself at least that 1.x, which is top 5. So for a lot of our squads, when you see that final circle start to shift, it's okay, do we push that final circle, or do we just string our PDSs together until it hits that top 5, and then we go through? But the victory moment, you've got to hit to run it back. Now you see Tommy there on that northern side alongside Shaded Step. Sir Taylor's squad tries to hit that rotation in, and granted, there was a buyback that's about to occur on the roof behind. Now, they're very familiar with Infamous, and he hits the famous dolphin dive straight into, well, his demise. Reed Boy does come back in from Shaded Step and tries to make a play, but that's just what Shaded Step does. He's really putting the pressure onto Finesse's squad. And then when you hit this back, Drifts comes in playing, but everyone's congested on that western side.
That is wild to watch. Look at this. Zulz tries to make a crazy play and is able to do so, and that opens up the fight to allow for Team Shaded Step and OP Martin Reboy to get the win. This is one of those honestly low % moments where a team like Team Crafty, with all 3 alive going into the final couple fights, I mean, it was like a 3v1v1v1, and they don't win because of the third parties, and frankly because of Drifts flying back in on top of the tent, was able to shoot down, get Crafty weak. Even though Crafty gets the win, it was Zulz coming in and cleaning up that squad because of Drift getting them weak. That was a wild finish, and frankly, shout out to the Shaded Step team to somehow grab that victory, because a ridiculously late play and a slow play in the final circle ends up paying off.
It really did. Let's go ahead and bring back our desk. Reflections, Dream, Dandro. I know y'all want to break it down, because Dandro is back there lying away. He's like, I think this is where the circle's going. And I'm like, yeah, okay, we saw it here. He's just like literally so amped to chat about it.
How could you not be? First off, great cast from the two of them. The energy was incredible. Dream, I felt that game flew by. Every single POV that we had was in some type of engagement.
Yeah, right. Like, teams playing definitely cautious this time around, but it was definitely intense. But great recovery from a lot of squads as well.
So let's talk about that recovery. What kind of recovery are we talking about? Gulag's obviously a main focal point of recovery. Teams coming in, maybe not getting the ideal fight that they wanted. Dream, what kind of recovery did you notice?
Well, I was instantly, and I mean, Goach has shouted out a couple of times, Swishem's teams and Nico and Foulness.
Yes.
And I was watching Swishem's team like on the side here, and just even, and Desmond's as well, they had great recoveries too, but with Swishem specifically, it was the Gulag that was important. A huge Gulag that was almost lost, but won, but she was able to get her teammate back in. So great recovery for them, and I believe actually it was Little Mario or around this area too, around City, when they were rotating in, where you just saw a lot of these teams just be flustered, a lot of third parties, a lot of four parties. There was just so much going on.
A lot going on. And Dandro, talking about Low Mario, Cloud, Fried, they make that rotation from Low Town to Military. Talk to me about those rotations and just how Cloud and them kind of put on a clinic.
Yeah, I love that Tiff kind of pointed it out, right? When you get a pull like it is up to Military, we saw that zone kind of started out in that sort of low town, old town area. So you have to make this sort of push across wide open space, but you don't want to be one of those first teams into Military because you're then going to just be combating for all of this space, but you don't want to be there too late because it's so easy to get gate capped. So that squad did a fantastic job of just kind of playing on the edge of zone. They found that little satellite kind of area that they could hang out, make sure that they're only needing to look towards one of their sides, and then able to push into this building as the zone closes on in and get a very solid position. Now, they did obviously go out. I believe they were the 11th team to go down to put us into our top 10, but it's that type of thinking that I'm looking at from some of these teams of how do you get from point A to point B to set yourself up for success.
It's not easy to get from point A to point B, Dream, and at times, you know, it's almost impossible, right? We get down towards the end. This is our final zone. We're now down to 5, and it was utter chaos. T did everything possible to try and make that moment happen. Shaded was on the other side. Crafty was getting done. These end zones, there's so much to take in.
Yeah, and being that team, like Dandro had mentioned, like what decision do you make? Are you that team that sets up early, or do you want to pick up those eliminations as you rotate in zone? And I mean, we even saw it for Desmond. They were set up early, but the craziness around the military base is just insane. But for Reed Boy OP, Mark and Shaded Step, I mean, you had the positioning in your favor.
Ooh, all right. So what, 12 eliminations, Dandro? That's a heck of an opening day, especially with the 2x multiplier, right? These boys are eating good.
Yeah, I love that we're kind of seeing the Shaded Step, of course, being the #1 eliminator on his team. We saw right there at the end of the day, that positioning was just absolutely beautiful. Somehow it's able to stay in, and it's just laying in wait, waiting to find some of those last-second eliminations. And, well, when you're in that top 5, right, let's remember, you're at a 1.8 at least at that point. So all those eliminations towards the end of the day are just compounding on top of themselves. It's even better, though, when you can catch the W and just put the 2x multiplier on top of it all.
Dude, that's just a cherry on top, isn't it, right? 2x multiplier, big moves coming out from Shaded & Co. And a 12 elimination game. I'm actually curious what the top is going to be for the day. Obviously, top 20 is where you want to be, but in terms of eliminations, how many can we see? The qualifiers are wild, and I'm sure everybody is going to be on point here. Only 5 more games to go, right? Game 1 has finished, Dream, and aggression was kind of the name of the game for some of those rosters out there, while some teams were maybe a little bit too passive, but normally I'm like, you gotta find a balance, but passive teams, at least from what I was looking at, Dream, are going to get eaten alive because the aggression from some of these rosters, they're so fast. If you're just staying in the corner, if you're just kind of camping back, you're done for.
Oh, for sure, especially up close and personal with a super. Like, if you're getting overwhelmed by teams and you're playing passive, it's obviously you're going to set yourself up to fail. So you got to have the confidence, especially when it is the World Series of Warzone, and this is, in fact, well, different format from last year, one of the only last chances to make it. But from some of these squads, I really do like that quick decision making, though. I just wanted to add, because I feel like over the years, there's a lot less hesitation. Like as World Series of Warzone has just progressed, every single year it does get more competitive, but you do love to see more teams just being more confident in their gameplay from probably all these amazing scrims and the community, right? Like it just as a whole, you gotta love the Warzone scene, man.
Gotta love I mean, that was just pumped up from that first game. It was incredible. Dandro, there was a moment where T, though, throws the PDS, and I know there's something you wanted to highlight. What'd you like about that moment from T?
Yeah, I mean, we even saw with some of those teams that were kind of still in the building, dropping their PDSs a little bit too early. The problem with that sort of gameplay is you're then getting stuck in this building, right? You're trying to be able to get back on in. I believe it was Fry Clown and Little Mario, right? They're trying to be able to get into zone. They're trying to be able to get there. This PDS, you're trying just to stay alive as long. But with your T, you're right outside the zone. So what it lets them do, they kind of get a moment to breathe. They can replay back up. And then that slow amount of space that they need to get into zone now lets them be a little bit more aggressive on that game. So it's like you're rotating on in, you're able to use this PDS just outside the zone just to kind of replenish yourself and then get ready to fight back on in, rather than you do it really deep and then by the time you get back into zone, you know, you're on 1 HP, you have no place, you're easy pickets for anybody looking at you. So I love what T is able to do there. That's the type of thinking that I think more teams need to have when it comes to these end game scenarios.
Well, I tell you what, I am loving the action, so let's keep it going. Map number 2, bring in those casters because it's time to get the party started once again. Tiff, Goj, let's get into it for game number 2.
Oh yeah, we have to, because look, just one map done and dusted, and we had that question kind of going into map number 1. I was like, are people going to be hyper aggressive? Are we going to see them be a little more conservative? And it's like, no, they are chasing as many eliminations and as points as they can get right off the rip. And I'd imagine that our lobbies are going to only keep evolving, Goj.
Yeah, and I want to remind everybody too of the stakes, right? You're trying to get top 20 to make it to the regional finals, okay? And so if history proves to repeat itself, which usually it does, we're looking for about 52 points as we head into map number 2 in total through 6 games. Math experts out there, that's not that many points. You need to average 8.67 points per map. You see a team win a map with 24 points, like you see Team Shaded Step do. 24 points is going to get you almost halfway there in one map. So that's something else to watch out for, is if you can grab a win, you're going to be sitting pretty. Consistency is everything, but just one win could totally change your entire tournament today, Tiff.
Yeah, I like to think that if you do get a very nice one map win, you should be guaranteed, but that's not always the case. There are teams out there that are going to be fragging out and hitting that 1.8 or that 1.6x multiplier that actually might best your score even from a map win. Now, granted, you just want to be in that upper echelon, that top 20, but if you do place outside that, you just want to be above 32 to at least hit that last chance qualifier. And if we're already kicking things off with a military base ending, think of all the ways we typically see, but it's just about to be map number 2.
All right, Tiff, we are back. Drop number 2, and the player is already dropping out of the skies immediately right over Industrial. Excited to see where everybody drops. Will they change their drop spots? Will they not? Were they contested when they expected not to be, or vice versa? Anything goes, because it is time. Your back is against the wall, and if you drop the 0-point game, you're going to be hosed. You still have an opportunity to grab a win or something to try to increase your scores. But if you're dropping zeros early, you might already want to start tweaking some of your play style. So especially if there's a team dropping hot with you, which it looks like there is for Team Clutch Belt, already losing 2 players and maybe losing all 3 to the Gulag, you got to change things up. But this is the team that got second in the last map, Crafty. They honestly did probably the best job at all staying alive into the final fight and making it into the top 5, Tiff. And just to your point, as things get hot real quickly, I expect to see Swish'em probably second on that leaderboard, even though they fell in 8th because of the amount of kills they got.
Yeah, they had a ton of eliminations, and honestly, I would not be surprised to find them up within that top 1-2 percentile of our lobby. But Shero, Vombat, Devo here. Shero in the Gulag against Tommy, which is quite tough. Now, granted, if we're already finding ourselves in the Gulag this early on, it just goes to show you people are reading, people are VOD reviewing, and they are challenging those drop spot shots. Come in, Shero looks a little discombobulated. Tommy makes the zip play. He gets out, pulls a Beretta dead man, but actually makes it. I love to see it.
Oh, I love it. Hit the zip and get out of dodge. But again, we've got our 3 different zones of activity. I talk about this with every Warzone competition, and the early zone is one of the hottest. The mid zone is used for rotation. You've got to clear that rotational path by getting those early eliminations. Not only does it relieve some sort of burden of responsibility to get kills later in the game, but also it gives you a freer rotate, so you don't have to get worried about getting picked off by a Car 98. So, Tiff, we're seeing a lot of early action. We see a lot of teams getting wiped early and already being sent to the gulag, but no teams have been eliminated fully yet. You're just having to go through the blender of regaining with 120 players on the lobby.
I'm sorry, but these are the kind of lobbies where I don't want to see my entire squad go to the gulag right off rip. We've seen people, all 3, lose their gulags, and it's devastating, but this push is a little more crazy. You can see we're investing the streaks, and Strixie here getting held out by Tough on the roof. Now, for the other squads here, Johnny Bro and them on the low ground. We've already laid siege, and we're putting down the damage, but we're not necessarily committing straight towards it. Superi now in hand, gotta hit the reload.
What?
Wait.
We don't see him?
Wait.
This drop shot behind the counter? Are you kidding me? Look, this fight looked like one that they shouldn't have taken, Tiff, because this team had the high ground. But if you saw that flag on that player's back, you know that they were doing the most wanted contract. So A, you don't want them to get the cash. B, you want to secure some extra cash because cash is king, resources are everything, and somehow, some way, they do win it and eliminate our most wanted player. That's wild.
Looks like Toph's gonna lose the gulag as well. See, that's the lender that we talk about. OP Mark's squad, who won map number 1, is already into a bit of a scuffle here. And if you're talking about teams that use different strategies right off rip to get that cash up, hit those loadouts immediately, it's the twist between the most wanted contract and not only that, but the recons, right? The recon contract gives you that next circle information. So teams that play maybe a more zone-centric style as opposed to battling it in on the edge, like we witnessed from Falnet's Nico and Swisham last game. There's just 2 different strats, right? One, you're gonna rack up a good majority of more eliminations, whereas if you play more heavy zone, you're going to get those eliminations based off your placement late game and likely lose a lot of resources throughout the mid just holding position, which granted, I think a squad needs to be good at both.
Yeah, totally agree. A quick look at that map view, by the way. Very centrally located. Our next zone should be popping here in about 10 seconds. And excited to see what these teams are able to do with it. If they already know where to go, sure, it's helpful. Usually they try to pop these recons and then secure it right now so that you can see the next circle. Just a quick tip for you, though, those of you out there playing a lot of Urzikstan. But you got Crisscross trying to take this outside of military base. Again, this is about roughly where we ended last game, but this time going to be pulling a little bit further south. Here's a quick look at it, by the way. This time kind of airing towards Seaport and Cargo is kind of the majority of this circle. Now, this eliminates a lot of normal in circles that we'll see. We'll likely not see it in pop-up. We'll likely not see it in suburbs. You're looking more towards Cargo or Old Town, potentially right in between, right on the river. Could see some crazy water fights. We'll see. We got to get there first. Let's see which teams rotate early and which teams rotate late.
And this is the one that I was looking at in particular. Is going to be over at military base. You have Team Big Man that is going to be furthest east that has to hit that rotation on. And you can see one is already swing, really focusing the team in the middle. But you got Crisscross just absolutely reads it, takes down Big Man, and starts to fully send the rest of Squad 39. And, well, Blitz done and dusted. And Team Big Man still has to get through Squad TTV.
Yeah, and these are those moments where, like, if you've got a couple teams in the same POI, like, for instance, military here, one team rotating out early, but not so far that they're being caught by another squad from a different POI, they can kind of hang out on the edge of this military base and wait for this team to rotate in. Continually live ping them, maybe throw a recon drone up in the sky. Again, I was about to say it, take out some of those redeploy drones so they can't rotate too far away. This team is doing a great job of it thus far. Unfortunately, it looks like at least one of those players was able to cycle out to the right-hand side. And as per the usual, Train always has somebody on it, and Psych is going to let them know that it's not free, not this time.
And this is the same Blitz who just got annihilated by this squad. They were looking for a regain on the train, which typically has, you know, ammo caches, a buy station, and a lot of information and resources that we can use to finish out that regain. But it's definitely going to be stalled. Jumping on board, we can see JTech, B-Mark, and Slide there just towards the right here. And they're surrounded by multiple squads that came from that upper bracket, originally dropping on down. You have Team Sitrep across the way and Team Schween just behind them. And honestly, pulling out the recon drone, starting to get that information from maybe some of your teammates that look to hit that. But you can see they've already thrown trophy systems down. That's such a vital piece of equipment to really help against those C4s.
Yeah, I fully agree. C4 zone is in full effect, and if you don't have trophies, you're gonna be in trouble. So again, Dandro's saying you can throw it like a frisbee. Look, I can throw a frisbee like 100 yards. I'm pretty sure you can throw a C4 like 100 yards as well. So you gotta watch out. These things go soaring, especially if you get a little bit of high ground to lob them off of. It is wild. But Mortar Strike providing a bit of cover, and it's a small, it looks like Team 13, it looks like B-Mark squad is going to rotate out. I was going to say, this is one of those Quagmire fights where you're just going to sit here and just stand off for like 3 minutes, and then everybody's chalked. So it looks like B-Mark's team decided to get out of Dodge as fast as possible to go ahead and set up for the next rotation. As we head over to Seaport, again, this is inside the zone. We've got Greendo's down below. We got Cronus coming up from above. This will be a fun fight to watch out for. High ground usually has the advantage, but not always. And I believe Greendo's is saying, hey, this time it definitely does. This is not worth our time, at least not in that situation.
Yeah, I thought I heard a Guardian that might have been blocking off that stairway, which says, hey, yeah, we're not pushing straight up this. It's not worth our time. Maybe we go to a neighboring building. But Tommy, down and out, Teeny and Obs are going to have to hit that reset. You can see Tommy coming back in the nick of time, but it's going to be squad number 36 on the opposing side, which will be Team Ripper. Now, deciding how we're going to approach that. Well, Loctive, that turns the player advantage straight towards Team Tommy.
Yeah, you can see too, like they got Tommy back, and right as Tommy flew back in, they saw the flare in the sky, Team Time did, of Tommy flying back in. They got out of there. They were going to lose one anyways. Time is already running hundreds of yards away. Every single good team, or even a decent team, will know this. It is so hard to win a 2v3 or a 1v2 when you are down in numbers. It is so difficult because of that kind of that ready aim fire meta, or the 1-2-3 meta, or whatever you want to call it. Team shotting in COD, just in general, is always one of the biggest advantages you can do to win gunfights and win your trades. You hear that word trade all the time. It's I can enter in first and then trade out my life for somebody else because you're going to follow up and then be able to revive me in Warzone. So super important aspect of these fights, and if any team knows it, this team certainly does. So back on their feet, Tommy yet to find his first kill on this map, but the team alive and rotating into the edge of zone yet again on the outside of Opal Palace.
Honestly, I was really thought it was interesting with this squad being in lower round 2. So I just want to hear how their vibes are. Let's jump into it, listen in.
20, dead. Us. We can play the bridge.
No, we're chilling right now.
Oh, they're up top, I'm gonna
Everyone just chill out a little bit.
Bunker, yeah? I have a bunker.
Yeah, you have a bunker, you said?
What'd you say?
Did you have a bunker buster?
Yeah, I have a monkey. You want it?
Yeah, give it.
I got 2 UAs.
On this left. Pop. Wait, how many UAs you got, Orbs?
No, I got a PA.
Can you pop a UE right now, team? He's sniping at me.
Yeah,
right, there we go. We got bunkered. We have to run.
Back to this building.
Yeah, back it up. I kind of want to jump out the back and wrap back to Palace now.
I'm down.
I don't want them to see us, so just move. Fucking hell.
I don't have mounts in here.
No, but you just fucking stood in the way.
No. I was just curious to see if Palace is looking over our way.
Yeah.
I have a balloon right here. We can hit. We can just take the balloon and take a roof. I think the Palace team rotated. The last time I seen them, all three crossed at that bridge by the scavvy.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my other UE.
There's one more UE, right?
Pop it now.
Man. Run decent kills, boys.
On top of this main building right up here. I'm gonna land on the right. I can bunker buster him if you can get a snipe. You snipe one of them, I can bunker buster.
I picked up Ripper's leg.
Dead.
I'm getting fried. I have to drop.
Yeah, all good.
I'm in. Mini here.
No, push us. They're not.
Tiff, a great call for Elicited because, well, the big question from my mind with this team, like I called out at the top of the show, do they have good chemistry? And so far, I don't know. Like, I mean, it was a little bit of a chalk vibe. There was some weird calls back and forth. There was like, what do you have? I have this. Like, just not super clear. It seemed like their small talk was really lacking in that moment. And I think that just comes down to reps together. It seems like maybe one of our Australian players was trying to take a little bit of a lead of IGL, and then Tommy was basically telling them no. So I don't know who's in charge over there. I think it's Tommy, but we'll see what that team's able to do. I think they did have 6 kills and had a decent rotation. Could still have a really good game.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's very interesting, and that's why I was talking about them being in lower round 2, right? This is the reps that they will need to get in to keep on grinding and just finding that chemistry. And that is a lot of what we saw that just kind of came out of the ultimate roster mania that we witnessed just a few months ago. And well, Vonbot, I mean, look, just some clean damage straight with that Kar 98. If we're going to be out here in the outskirts of Old Town, just on the opposing water side from Cargo, that's the question. What is this going to look like? Do you choose the Cargo side? Well, you should have, because now we're gonna have 3 squads full sending each other here in just moments.
Yeah, if you watch a lot of Warzone, I think it usually goes Cargo side, and based on the zone, I probably would have wagered that as well. Some of these teams on the other side and having to do some swimming across. Here's a quick look at that map. This is super important. Look at actually where we're pulling. I actually thought it was maybe a hair further north. You're actually getting all of that water right dead center, and you have the bridge to play around. So now it's that hedging of bets. Do you go north or do you go south? Do you go Cargo, or do you go to that south side of the bridge, north side of that kind of city, and outside of Lowtown and outside of that edge of the map? I don't know, Tiff. Like, I think I stay Cargo, but we might see a bridge ending. We saw that in the group stages. We could see it again.
No. While we're here and Tommy's squad is trying to find that rotation and they've crossed the water, they need to hit the South Stemper, though. This is so cheesy alongside Crafty in a good way. Like, I love it, right? If you were going to like take these positions and try to really watch those angles, there's a squad that we got to look at when we were in that map feed, and it was going to be Team OP marked, right? They actually won map number 1, got that 2x multiplier. They've positioned themselves in the building farthest south of Cargo, just on the opposing waterway of Parkway. Now, that is brilliant, because the last time I saw this zone, there were so many squads that were still on the Parkway side near Stadium who had to hit a last-ditch effort for that water rotation. And that is going to be one heck of a rotation that everyone looks at, and I don't want to be the last person leaving this side of the map.
Yeah, quick note for everybody watching at home, by the way, that was Sway that just got eliminated by Clutch Belk as Clown's team's trying to pick up a few more knocks. Now, I will go ahead, huge shout out. Clown's on 7 kills by himself, so I don't know what this team is on, but this squad is frying. You can think about the team order, the team 1, team 2, is almost like a seeding order. This is the order they came out of their respective brackets. So if you see team 2, they got that second spot to the lower round that we're in now. So they basically got 22nd in the upper bracket. So this is one of our top teams, and they're showing us that they've got a ton of eliminations to boot already. There's still 28 teams up, so now they've got to secure the multiplier. They are on edge of zone, which is probably why they've been hunting kills, and they're gonna have to make a massive rotation, or not, as they get a nice zone pull, ends up not being that far out of city at all. And it might be further south than we think. Tiff, we might see that bridge end zone we were just talking about.
Be really curious to see kind of where that plays, but for now, this is going to be one of the furthest south squads over here on that city side. You can see another squad rotating on in. That's gonna be team number 9. That's Almighty TJM. So Baba Huff, Future Has Game, and Almighty. Now, that squad will likely rotate around and try to clear out Fried Clown and Little Mario if they don't push forward and try to take that, because when you have to hit Stadium, it's very open and it can get mixy on those bleacher side of things. But on the opposing side of Cargo, it's just sheer chaos.
Yeah, because everyone's trying to clear a pathway. And I was going to say LTVs maybe could help here to rotate on land. You could try a water play. Teams have gotten pretty good at sniffing those out. And here goes a massive rotate as we check on the team we were worried about. They had a decent position on their side of cargo, but then with the zone pool coming to the south-hand side, like they are just in a blender. Out without Tommy yet again. Our 2 Australian players now playing from Canada, playing with Tommy. They're the last 2 alive. They're the last team rotating in on this edge of the zone. They've got to get picks, and they got to get them now, or they're going to get caught in the gas and be caught in trouble. Ob's trying to make a huge play and gets it. 1 goes down. There's 2 more trying to answer back. He's weak and takes high ground position. They are not even kind of out of the weeds yet, Tim. Even if they win this fight, wipe this team, there's another 5 waiting for them as they rotate in. This is going to be a miracle if they can get into zone and get into top 10.
And there's usually a buy station over there. They just don't have the cash to be able to hit that buyback, even if they were able to do it. And we just kind of grab the LTV, keep rotating throughout, but at least they've got eliminations to work with. On the Elim feed side of things, IQ, Desmond, they are just going through it, but we have to rotate on over. The fact that it is not pulled towards the cargo side is wild for everyone who read it as such. But Obs encountering a lot of resistance here. Teeny gets out of the water, drops Get You Some, which will provide some safe haven. But for now, we're just going to be little sharks in the water, and I love it.
Wow, it pulls all the way to city side. Frankly, I thought it was going to go the other way. I love to see it. It seems that our setup in city are perfectly positioned to win this and at least get into that 1.6 times multiplier. Again, you're looking for top 10. That's what you want to get to. Teeny and Obs, frankly, had a great rotation, used the LTV to their advantage to get to this spot. They're playing low ground, and it might pay off for a while. Frankly, anybody that tries to fight them, aside from the last team rotating in from cargo side, is going to put themselves in a terrible position to get picked off in the open. I actually think Obs' squad could do it. They could make final 10, depending on how far this zone pulls south, if they can just creep up the edge of that ledge.
And we're still with 17 squads, so in that 1.4x multiplier, and job's not done. Shaded Step still finding action in the kill feed, so you know that they're alive and well. And here comes the C4 push. Tap though connects 1, gets caught out from the left. There's not a lot of cover here to work with, and despite throwing that smoke, it's just too late. For now, we'll tune in with our other squads, Teeny and Obs, alive and well. And granted, we are holding on to this. The late rotators in from the water, squad number 31, and Teeny's gonna have to clean this one on up.
Yeah, they've got to get this player out as fast as possible. They can't keep exposing their shoulder to the right and left-hand side, and they do it. Quick cleanup. Again, Teeny now on 7. This team, against all odds, is actually in an okay-ish position. But here comes the next zone, and it goes even further south towards city. So yet again, they catch the bad end of the draw, which is to be expected, and they got to make a crazy rotation all the way out from the river. And are getting pushed. They see the player advantage, and they're going to execute on it. Teeny in trouble. Gets into the water and is low. 1 HP in a dream. And is out of here. There was a chance for them. They did make top 10. They fall in 9th, by the way, as we get down to the 8 final teams that predicted city as the final circle and are getting paid in dividends for it with multipliers.
Look, I love this rotation in from them to be able to clear out this side of the zone. As soon as you know you have your biggest threats ahead of you, granted, there's still 4 squads on this opposing side, and Team Shaded Step, who was in that farthest south building in cargo just 3 circles ago, already hit that rotation, is lying in wait in the next circle, where squads like Team Devo trying to rotate in, and even Green Dose here alongside Freddy. Can we get this res on to Yeeboy? Well, we do. PDS gonna provide some safe haven for now, but here comes that swing. Can we defend?
Swing comes through. Greendo's in trouble. They're all fighting for this PDS location. They've got to clear their backside, and they're able to do it. But who's left alive? It's just Greendo's and Freddy and E-Boy. They actually are able to get all of them. So they don't fall to gas. The gas is cooking. And look who's still alive. E-Boy trying to make a massive play. Your winners of map 1 do end up falling. They are white, but they made it to top 5. They have a 1.8x multiplier. You're going to see that team at the top of the leaderboard. I can only imagine. Math, if you do it, there's a ton of points going Reed Boy's way. Very well done to make top 5, but who will be your winner? Getting shot to the wall, getting wall banged out. They're out. There's just 2 left alive. They now are inside of zone, so they're going to be fine. The last trio alive, Team Vonbot, 3v2v1. They should win this, no problem. It'll absolutely be a sell if they don't. There goes the duo. Now it's a 3v1. Who's the final player? Just lurking on top of the building. This squad, Tiff, has been sitting in City since the beginning of time. They've been hanging out since the first circle in City, and they're going to be paid for it. A 2x multiplier about to go their way. There it is. Congratulations, Devo, Shero. Very well done. You've earned your place near the top of the leaderboard with that victory. I can only imagine.
Yeah, that was just really awesome. Look, if we're gonna get a pool that goes back to City instead of Cargo, let it be purely chaotic. And honestly, I was so excited for Green Doze's squad because when we saw that circle pull to go directly on them, they had angles on Vonbot, Shero, and co, and they were looking at them on that rooftop. The issue was their resources were just not there, right? They had already expended the PDSs. They burned through any gas masks that they had. And luckily for them, they had self-res. So they start chaining those together, but it doesn't matter because you saw the push come in from Shero, Devo, and Vonbot right here, straight to the rooftop. They open the door, they prep the shock stick, let it rip in there, and Vonbot's just like, I am hip firing, I'm gonna connect, it doesn't matter. There goes Freddy, there goes Green Doze. Now we have the power position, and when there's only one player left, all we have to do is swing and locate them. You're even gonna check that low ground to make sure, well, granted, Chronos Christ on the roof, and what better way to, get him off the roof? Oh, a C4. You saw two, hit him. There goes the crack, there goes the cleanup, and that's how you take a map win.
Honestly, that's gotta be a very sizable score as well. Again, 2x multiplier. You see at least somewhere around the neighborhood of probably 9 to 10 kills at minimum across that map, and that's only counting those kills they got in the final couple circles. Again, that team was set up. We looked at the map around 5th, 6th circle. They were already set up on the north side of City preparing for this, and it paid off. Very well done, well executed. And this time, Tiff, player advantage was key, and this time the team with all three alive going into a 3v2 and a 3v1 ends up actually winning it. And frankly, I think it was because of the way the zone pulled actually away from them. The team Green Doze got third partied because that's the zone everybody wanted to pick up. So frankly, huge shout out to Devo's squad. They picked correctly and they executed it on it. High percentage gunfights, and they won it all. Very, very well done. Let's bring the desk back in and see what they have to say. See all of the incredible intel they've got on the back end.
I'm excited, man. Game number 2 is done, and we've already seen 2 different winners. Will we get a back-to-back today, or even a repeat winner? Well, the possibility is always there. Dream, what an exciting game number 2. A bit slower than game number 1. Zones obviously allowed for that, but let's just hop right into the discussion. Right, top 5, more specifically, 3rd place for Green Doze, a roster that you shouted out in the beginning to potentially be one of those underdogs.
Yeah, this was one of the teams that I had the pleasure of speaking with. And I mean, going from being teammates a couple of years ago at Al Mazrah to chalking each other's games, it's awesome to see them, and they have so much passion. And Green Doze, being that IGL player, we saw them, I believe it was like zone 4, decide to back on down and reposition to carry them to 3rd. But oh man, the overwhelming plays from Vonbot, you can't count how amazing that was. Just shooting them right through the walls. Amazing stuff.
Come on. Hey, shooting through the walls. I knew where they were, all right? The pings were in, even if we cannot see them. And Dandro, right? It was brought up by Dream talking about zones. Let's talk about the zone pulls. What teams had to take a bit of a gamble?
Yeah, I mean, basically everyone, to answer your question, everyone had to sort of gamble here in this lobby because you have that initial zone, right, that's kind of pulling to the left. And it's after once you have that first zone sort of collapses in, you realize that you have to take this gamble of if you're towards the seaport side, are you towards the city side, or are you towards the low town side, right? Because once that pulls and kind of constricts more in, you're kind of just playing on one of these 3 islands, and the space that you can kind of move around and play through definitely gets constricted, right? So we saw a lot of teams were playing on top of each other at these various points in the map, but it ends up being the teams that make the gamble towards city that really win on the outside, because when we get to this end game scenario, we have a couple teams that are caught on that low ground like Obs, Teeny, and Tommy, right? And if you're kind of having to play down here, you have this really awkward position where you have to play back up here into the stadium side. So sort of the teams that do want to kind of pull down towards that city side really won out here in this lobby because it set them up just perfectly when it got to this end game.
So let's talk about controlling zones, because one team that didn't have to take a gamble was Vonbot and his crew, Dream, controlling city all the way through.
Yeah, and I mean, zone prediction, right? Like being able to identify that and just know, hey, I mean, for a while, even I thought it was going to pull towards cargo, but being that team that you set yourself up for success, and not to mention having everyone alive in that final zone, it definitely makes your job a lot easier.
A lot easier indeed. A massive game overall. We get down to our top 3. This was the final zone, and you can tell VonBot and crew set up very nicely to take out the remaining 2, Dandro.
Yeah, I really love this play. Just kind of using these bleachers. You have the high ground, the only little bit of high ground that's here. You're letting the other 2 kind of just try and hang out. They clean up Green does, and well, you know it's a 3v1. They set up a nice little triangle. Chronos Christ at the end there trying to do their best, but it's just not enough at the end of the day. 32 total points for this team. Might I say 16 kills coming out swinging here in map number 2.
16 eliminations for the 3 boys you see right in front of you. A massive game. I questioned, Dream, how many eliminations would we see? What is going to be the ceiling? Well, we've just started. We got 12 for game 1 coming out from Shaded and his crew. Then obviously VonBot and them getting 16. How high can we go today, Dream?
Hey, that's setting the record high, and that's one of the things that, of course, these teams need to do is set the tone early, right? So, man, with it being that high, I don't know, drop 3, anything can happen, but we're only getting started.
All right, just getting started. And speaking of which, let's take our first look at the standings. Dandro, what do we see?
Well, right there at the top, 54.6. It is going to be Reboy, OP Marked, and Shaded Step, the winners of game number 1. Not too far behind them, though. You got VonBot, Devo, and Shero with 28 eliminations, and just 2 points behind them, Lil Mario, Fried, and Clown. And then we kind of have a gap here, Taylor. So this was something I was talking about earlier. We might see a little bit of a gap in the scoreboard as the games go on, just based on the pace of play. But for now, OP Marked, hey, game number 1, they started out great. Comes down to game number 2, they are playing consistently, and that's the type of stuff that we like to see here today.
Yeah, loving it. IQ also up there. We take a look, Dream, from 11th down to 20, right? Remember, top 20 is where you want to be to qualify for the finals, so you don't have to mess around in that LCQ, which you never know if it's guaranteed or not. What do we see 11 through 20, Dream?
Well, we had to shout out to 8th T's over there, Female Love, as well as Swish'em 11th, but the biggest surprise to me, I guess, it was Clutch Belt squad, right? A lot of teams, or a lot of players are saying that these guys should be frying in these lobbies, but still, I'm probably going to expect to see them a little bit more of a step up. But, you know, pressure's on. 19th Team Green Does, too, as well. Be able to take that 3rd to last game, so we're going to see if they can hopefully maybe come out on top with some more eliminations.
And this is where things get a bit dicey, Dandro, right? 21st down to 30th. Your tournament life getting closer to being on the line. What teams need to step it up? And is there a surprise team here that you were expecting to do better that just haven't?
Brother, 30th, exact sit rep and Sneely. What are we doing? 9 elims? These are 3 very consistent players. They're no kind of stranger to competitive Warzone. They've all played in the biggest tournaments so far. And yet I'm really surprised to see them. Well, actually, we have an update. They're in 28th. So my point still stands, though. You're in 28th. You're still just a little bit maybe outside of the mark. That's a team that even if they do manage to make it to the LCQ, I mean, I would expect them to be in the winner's side, you know, that upper bracket already. So I need them to kind of kick on the gas here and realize that they are a top lobby here and that they can just kind of go through and fry, because so far I'm not impressed.
Not impressed yet, but 4 more games to go, right? And anything can happen. We haven't even reached a halfway point. That's for game number 3, which is coming up next. I have loved the first 2 games, and if there were any types of jitters, right, being on the main stage, being in front of the main audience, well, hopefully those are now gone, and you can purely focus on what you know how to do best, and that's slay out the lobby or go for placings. Now, that brings up my next discussion. Dream, there are certain teams that love to focus purely on slaying out. Placements come secondary, whereas there are others who like to focus on placements versus slaying out. Prime example is Clown and his crew, right? I mean, early on by zone, I believe 4, we were already seeing 7 eliminations come out from Clown. These guys are aggressive.
Yeah, and that's like something to do, right? Overwhelm your opponents before they have loadouts. It's key, right? Do it all at first, but for some teams, maybe they don't want to take that risk because this is not like a lobby with pubs. You're not playing against Sniper Bob. You have the best of the best, and that's only going to get harder, right? So it's like, do you take that high risk, high reward? It might just be beneficial to play in later for those placements.
Well, there it is. 2 games down. Let's get into our third game. Keep the ball rolling. The pace is blazingly fast, and I'm loving every bit of it. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away for game number 3.
Can you believe that we're already almost like done and dusted halfway through our lower round 2 for North America? This is insane. And honestly, I want to see a repeat winner, Gosh. I really do.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it's worth mentioning almost every single map that, as a reminder, you're looking for somewhere around 52 points in total on this tournament if history repeats itself. You're looking for top 20. Map 3's almost here. Once we finish this map, we will be halfway through this tournament already, and we already have Team Reed Boy with OP marked and Shaded Step over that 52-point margin. That effectively means if they get zeros the rest of the time, they will either just qualify or just not qualify. They have essentially already made it to the regional finals. So shout out to that team. Nobody else is above 50 yet. That's kind of the metric we'll be using for success today. And then we can narrow it down as we get into the final 2 maps. But yeah, the first third of the map is already done, or third of the tournament's already done. I'm looking at Clutchbelk's team. I think Des called it out as well. I know other people are watching out for that team. That is a really, really good team. Let's see how that draft goes as we get into map number 3.
Well, if you're going to step it up, this would be the drop to do so. Ensure yourself in that top 20. That threshold right now, 15.4 points held by Team Tolfin. That's a 7.7 average if you do some quick math there. I don't like math, Gosh, so usually I leave it to you and all the cool people behind the scenes. But as we get locked, loaded, out the back of the plane we go. So much early action has been had in Old Town, Low Town, and even over in Farms by Bazaar. With a relatively central zone, we could see some fun action once again back in City.
Yeah, I'm looking at City. I think City's the place to be, and I think a lot of our teams are going to be thinking the same. Let's take a quick look at that Clutchbelk squad. Now, everybody's been saying, where are they? Why are they so down the leaderboard? Every single time we've looked at the kill feed right as the game started, they were dying. Somebody is contesting them off drop, and it looks like it's about to be a lot of the same. 3 teams dropping on this City location. This is that second team from our competition competing for that draft spot on City. So we take a quick look at our last map winners, also hotly contested early here in Firehouse outside of condos.
Yeah, look, if you're going to be dropping fire, you better be hitting those shots. Vonbot here looking to get that res straight up onto Shara. We'll check back in with City later. But for now, well, just kidding. We're going straight to the Gulag Baby Assault on your screen. Corona's on the other side. I guess City didn't really pan out too well for the squad. Shots going down that right side of the lane, but instead we're going to take more damage than we dealt out. The repeat comes in, and well,
no way.
That's tough.
That's
a tough one.
An utter breakdown. It's going to be entirely on Clutchbelk to win this, and he does win it to get back into the map. The rest of his team's fully eliminated. They both lost their gulags. It is now entirely on the back of Clutchbelk if they will get more than 1 point in this third map. And this is why I wanted to watch them early, because that hot drop in City is so valuable. Yet again, the second time in a row they've been nearly full wiped. Also, the second time in a row we will likely have a City ending, which means if they win that, if they stabilize, if they loot up, they would have a really good chance at winning the map, or at least getting top 10. So this is a huge loss for them in the very beginning of this map, as they have to restabilize and try to figure something out as they take train. And well, everybody always at least glances at train. And here's famous Kima. This is Dane's spot. We'll see what he's able to do.
Yeah, and for a squad that steps in last minute, already finding themselves inside the top 20 after 2 maps is a brilliant way to do so. Clutchbelk immediately grabs that train, finds the cache, uses the buy station on it, grabs Lovey back, and will likely want to scout ahead and find more. Lovey gonna start that train back up. Squad number 23 is just in the distance. You saw them poking, prodding like you mentioned, and well, another squad bites the dust straight to Gulag and B-Mark, trying to hit that res on slide.
Yeah, B-Mark's a fun team to talk about. Competed with a number of different players back in the past. They kind of created this squad out of broken trios across the board. And that's really the story of a lot of these trios. From the last World Series of Warzone into this one, they changed teammates out. They maybe became friends with different people. Or maybe they threw together their team at the last second because they said, well, I don't have anybody. Let's see what happens. And then they're here. That is the case for several different teams, including Swish'em Squad, who's near the top of the leaderboard. So a fun conversation. Some of these players, former teammates fighting against each other. So many fun storylines that we'll be able to play out in front of our eyes here in lower bracket round 2. But again, top 20, all eyes set on that. And as we get down to the wire, if we lose out on that, well, you're looking for the next 12. And if you lose out on that, well, you're going to get eliminated from the competition in total. Quick map view, by the way, as we move into our second zone. Let's see which side of the map this next zone favors. I am assuming it'll head towards city, but you never know, Tiff. We've always been wrong in the past.
You know, I'm okay with being wrong. If there's one thing, it's about zone calling, and my IGL skills are just, you know, full send something shiny, find all the action. OP marked squad's gonna wipe another one, but for now, Oreo season, look, they've been just trying to figure out what angle squad number 39 is approaching them from. A lot of expenditure on these smokes to cut off those lines of sight and just keep on rotating forward. And I think that's great when you've got Blitz, Exify, and Manny Vibes on the opposing side. They're not actually chasing, so we should be all good for now for Team Oreo.
Yeah, all good for now. And well, the team that Dandro was maybe rightfully so aggressively yelling at, Exact, what are we doing, boys? Down in 30th, I believe. This is a really strong team. Exact, one of the older players on this team. Sit, Rep, Sneely, both young guns, very talented slayers. I think if everything goes right, this team could be at the near top of this leaderboard. Things are not going right thus far. So far in this map, they seem stabilized. They have their resources. They have their gas masks, some self-reses to boot. Got a couple kills. It seems like they won their early encounter with probably 3 eliminations across the board between them. So maybe a bit better this time here on the edge of Riverside, looking for maybe a couple picks off distance on our last map winners.
Yeah, you can already see that. Little shots going out, not necessarily going to connect, but you're going to give that information away to them, which that's that high risk, high reward that you're going to have to deal with. Locksteel squad finding themselves here in lower round 2, already getting that early action in. And I think I just saw Swish get knocked by Little Mario's team, and it's going to be unfortunate as she falls. Let's check in with Alpha Arts. Gabotiero, that is not how you say that, but I don't know where my I can't roll my R's, Goj,
Sure.
and something just came out of me that I don't know. We're gonna run it back.
I respect it, frankly. I know that Arts has been competing in Twitter tourneys since Caldera, so has a sizable amount of competitive experience, but all 3 of them 0 earnings across the board in Urzikstan, and I think that's the story of a lot of our lower bracket round 2 teams as well. There's just a lot of players that haven't had a chance to earn any sort of sizable cash in any decent tournament in the past. So now's a big chance to make a move for that $1 million prize pool if they can make it to land. Got a couple stages to get through first. Speaking of that, IQ, Desmond, Arrays would like to go back for Dez and like to get there this time for IQ and Arrays. IQ and Arrays might be the longest standing duo in this competition. Don't quote me on that, but they have been playing together since 2020 in Verdansk, winning tournaments together in Verdansk, and they're still competing yet again today, but seemingly in quite a bit of trouble this time around.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You're not wrong, since 2020, and they even won the Twitch Rivals Iron Trials all the way back in 21, but that was with Ebates. But back on Arts, I don't see the trophy system on the vehicle, and that's because they missed the throw originally when we were back on them. But for now, you've got to deal with a little bit of safety here as we make our way towards Opera House. Now, maybe go inside, take a bit of a regain, and start focusing on where we want to maybe play for next. We're kind of in this moment of a lull. It's safe for now, but it's not going to last that way. We still have 36 teams up, and Vonbot, Shero, action's just getting underway against Team E700.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vonbot last alive, I believe, for his team, which means, well, we are in trouble. Everyone wants to clear out this squad. They're near the top of the leaderboard, I believe in second place or close to it. An opportunity to wipe one of the top teams is a huge, huge boon for a lot of teams trying to kind of contend for that top position. But again, it's top 20 we really care about. So if you wipe a team in second, sure, it might open up a little bit. You'd really like to wipe the teams that are on that fringe right around that 15 to 25 spot. But Devo able to get back into lives for the portable buy. Both of these guys going to be playing together side by side. Not going to leave a 5-meter radius from each other to be able to play trades, but they also really don't want to take gunfights until Shero fully stabilizes and seemingly uncontested on this portable buy. They might be able to do just that. Wow.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Team E700, I don't really know if I want to double back down and full send that. Maybe I just play my positioning instead, but Team Big Man over here getting held out is going to be Scythe, but at least you're on 3 eliminations thus far. The question is, how are we going to hit this rotation between Team B Mark? You look for maybe the weak link. J-Tech here separated out from the remainder of the squad, so of course you want to fully focus that, but it's gonna be J-Tech who grabs the knock on to Big Man. Scythe has to come in for the reinforcements, but the cross is not going to be okay. Was looking for that tap. We do get to preserve that self-res and now can fully finish off J-Tech.
A huge take. I gotta give a huge shout out to this team for the way they're playing as a unit. They're playing trades near flawlessly. Zep tried to make a flank and get a knock, was able to do that, but couldn't clean up the kill. They don't even have to burn the self-revive. This is what we call a high-value team fight. You didn't lose a single player on your team. You didn't burn a lot of your resources, and you were able to grab eliminations. And now they switch up, flip the script, and hunt down B-Mark. B-Mark, sorry, buddy. You are out of here. No questions asked. This is a flawless execution of a great team fight for this trio. Watch out for this team. You're going to see them creep up the leaderboard if they can get a couple more of these.
J-Tech did win the Gulag to confirm, so still in the thick of things, was hovering around the squad for the time being, but is going to decide to maybe restabilize elsewhere. For Team Big Man, though, they're going to grab the helicopter and start on that rotation outside of Manor. And maybe get a lay of the land. Team Clown, though, they're still finding eliminations, this time against an OP-marked squad who has found themselves at the top of the leaderboard and still climbing. And you just got to keep switching your seats. I'm surprised someone shot this down, but Zep, you got to get out of there, buddy. Don't go down with the heli.
Hey, look, if it's beeping, you know it's going to blow up. Ride it as far as you can without getting blown up. Maybe use it as a hair of cover, but a little risky play. I don't mind it. Look, they actually got a nice rotate out value out of that. I didn't think they would make it quite this far without getting shot out of the air, but a lot of teams just don't have time, especially if they're already contested by another team or they don't want to give away their position. If there's a team already with high ground, likely going to slay out, but we can see Swish'em squad back on the hunt here on the edge of zone outside of shopping center. And I think we were right from a zone pool standpoint. Everybody pretty much said, yeah, it's going to be city. Let's get to city. And some of the teams that were able to lock down some of the city's largest buildings, feeling really good about their position. The question is, how many kills do they have? And well, a push gone wrong. Fallness, last alive for his team and running as fast as he can away, and going to be running into a team as well. Caught between Nobu, Spartan, and Johnny Bro. But Johnny Bro's team's also got to rotate. He could almost just follow them out. If he doesn't get live pinged, he actually might be able to make it to zone, be able to hold out for a bit longer. But the problem is there's still 32 teams alive. And Tiff, this is what we were talking about beforehand. This number is not going to dwindle very dramatically because we have a city zone. There are so many buildings to hang out in. We're going to see somewhere around 60 to 80 players for a while.
Yeah, I don't want to be like the bearer of bad news, but that squad is hanging on by a thread, and I wouldn't be surprised if Team 9 decides to fully push and take out Swish's squad. And there it is. Almighty T will eliminate Team Swish'em, but for now, back on board with Salt, Lovey, Clutchbelk. They had that initial city drop gone wrong, so I'm really happy to see all 3 of them up and vibing. Clutchbelk will have just 1 elimination and an LTV, and they're spreading out on this opposing side, looking to hold out Team Tommy. Now, typically what we witness from Tommy, Teeny, and Obs is that positioning of their play. Tommy is oftentimes behind Teeny and Obs, who are going to expend out and frag, but I think actually, yeah, if you can see, Tommy's on behind them. They're going to regroup up and assess and just kind of try to push this as a whole. You want to make sure that you are close enough to be able to get those trades. But Lovey, you got the Superi, you got the Car 98, and honestly, we're straight up leaving.
Here's a quick look at the next zone. We'll come back to that here shortly. I don't mind the play. As we zoom into this map, you can see which teams got here first and are going to hold their positions. You can see Team Nos 18, dead center of zone, holding out a nice building. You see Team 28 holding out a nice building near center. Team 7, that's our winners from last map, trying to restabilize in an uncontested POI, center of zone. This will be very fun to watch as Baba Huff is trying to get to the center of zone using the helicopter, which will obviously give away their position. But if you can get ultimate high inside of zone, likely contested, they're going to take this fight. One of these two buildings they have to send or they're going to lose their lives. And it looks like they're going to go for team race keys for the fight. Yep, here they go. Drop out. Howdy do. Here's a helicopter and an AR for you. Grabs one and gonna drop all the way down low if they did not get as much value out of that fight as they thought they would. Wow.
Well, that imploded quite quickly. I really loved the gumption behind it, but here we go. Future's game tries to hit the self-res and gets absolutely decimated. For Team Lightsfire, Racy's, Omega, for them to hold this position and constantly have that pressure from Team Clown and Little Mario just on the outskirts. Now, granted, we are on that edge of circle, and Little Clown and them, they're going to have to move, but they haven't just yet. Clutch Belk, Lovey, Assault on your screen. I'd love to hear what their thoughts are going on right now.
As well, by the way.
All right.
They're just shooting right there. Yep, I see one. He just went to the back of that building. On the side of this shack right here.
Get our kills when we need
to. Roll.
Is that our buy?
Right here. Yeah, top right. Team up here. Hanging it.
I'm gonna try to get you a sub off for that.
I mean, it's up top.
They're in the shack right
now. Y'all can look at that if y'all want.
Yeah. Fuck those kids on the yellow paint. There's a kid in that shack 100p. I don't know how many though.
And they're still in zone.
They're gonna have to some of these kids on the
down right now.
Right, what about these kids on my yellow ping behind us?
And not much we can do to them.
We got pool. We got pool again, basically.
Yeah, we're like not in there. Definitely need to look for a spot.
I mean, the only spot is definitely a lot of teams on green ping. 100p.
There's a team. I know there's one team playing that roof here. We could definitely play their low ground, or we can play.
There's probably a team underneath them too.
Like fucking.
You don't want to walk in with this car right here and just get these freebies, like this team right here, being in this team behind us on the right.
Well, our front door is safe.
It's safe. Yes, we have a car. There's a team right here. So come here. So come here. So
I'm here.
They're pushing. They're moving. It's three. All three of them right here. Get ready. Another one right there. The back right. Crack.
No, stop a mortar for them.
Yeah, shot by someone else.
Mortar them and push them off.
I am. I just said.
All right, they're going left. Watch out, there's another team to our right. Watch out. So there's a team to our top right here.
Team behind us as well. On the buy. Behind us.
Yep. They're already rowing in down left.
Yeah, they went far.
The team above us though, 100p.
This is gonna get pressed heavily. I can't lie.
Might be. Everything's gonna be heavy right now. There's 70 people left.
Yeah, there's like nothing playable on our side.
There'll be kids in here. And
nobody top green. That would be fucked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get sniped the whole time. They are back here. We're just play tight. We have a trophy. Where's our trophy down at? Because we're gonna need another one.
Well, the thing is, the team behind us is gonna push down, and we gotta figure out a way to fucking.
I mean, what do you mean? I'm right here.
Have to play second.
Force another way.
We're vibing right here. I'm not gonna lie. We have PDSs and shit. We have cars down.
Far left. Yeah, that other.
Yeah. And they did too.
They're far right.
I didn't mind the small talk there. Not a ton of action to watch. They were trying to figure out where to go, what to do. And I agree with their assessment. They had a decent position. They got quote unquote some sort of a zone pull, but it didn't really pay off for them. They're gonna have to move, and they're gonna have to move out in the open. I think I prefer an early rotate, but I think we're a bit scared that one of those teams was gonna rotate down into their building as they were crushing through to the next zone. So as we hop back into the action, Bombot's wall banging through doors, grabbing more eliminations on 8. But Tiff, I am scared for Team Clutch Belt.
Yeah, they have a large open area that they're going to have to double down, and especially when it starts pulling towards these apartments right here in city, is there's going to be people from every different angle. Even Vonbot out here on 8 eliminations, just getting live pings and trying to hit through the walls. T on the opposing side, that's going to be a full squad wipe for them. That's going to be Team Finessin playing alongside their Taylor. But for now, job's not done. We still have to move, even if I'm this squad. And Assault, Lovey, Clutchbelt, they're on the rotation. They're dealing with squad number 9. At least one member still alive. Future has game. I would love to see us maybe be able to clear that out, but Future's just like, I'm gonna go prone, try to outlast as long as I can, because there's still 25 squads up.
Yeah, this is a brutal rotation. Frankly, luckily they got the train. It looks like they're going to take the train to the outside play to try to make a play against Team 11 here, which is Schween. This is the team they were trying to get eliminations on earlier, and they're struggling to stop the train. So now they're just burning through resources, finally get the train going back the other way so they can try to make a play here into zone. I really like this play if they can get the train to stop exactly where they want to. Seems like everybody's in trouble, though. Lovey getting knocked. Nobody's going to let them get this off for free with a buy station rotation on board. They're able to get people back into the air, but still not out of dodge, not even close to safe here as Future tries to make a rotation. We'll see if Assault can maybe pick one up. Just gonna hang on by the seat of his pants, frankly, to see if they can get anything going with still 20 some odd teams left. I can only imagine that team's going to be in trouble all the way down until they get fully eliminated. Probably not within top 15. We will see, but we got to get on board with some action across the board. Team 28 is the team I'm watching out for. Team Joe Gang. This is Ebates Underhorse. This is the team he's been calling out, probably to try to make amends with Joe, who basically was just calling out Ebates during lower bracket round 1, even though Ebates was just watch partying when Joe was grabbing wins. This team is deadly. If all things are moving perfectly for them, they could grab the victory on the edge of zone underground as Exact tries to play this rotate in. We'll see if they're able to hold on. Exact seemingly a bit of success in, well, C4 zone. How about you catch and hold this as I blow you to smithereens? That's 4 now for Exact. Still got to rotate in. They might hang out here with a PDS as they get to the low ground of a closer building to try to play a late rotate if they have a sizable amount of them stacked up, but they got to get through several teams first.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a brilliant knock onto baller. C4 to hit the full, but we want to hit on the low ground of the building. And look, if you got EOD, of course you do, because these C4s are going to be so prevalent. We've already seen them so much, but 13 squads remaining, looking for that 1.6x in the top 10 and just looking to survive. We swing towards the outside to catch Super Rob off guard. That's a squad wipe for Team 22, but job's not done. Hey, here's a C4, there's a shield crack, and we've got to keep rotating.
Joe Gang, Joe Gang, Joe Gang, where are you, Joe Gang? He is hiding inside, trying to play gas. That's Team 28 on your screen, playing low ground, likely either with PDSs or just burning gas mask. Exact says, we're not going to wait for you. We're getting center zone. We're closing in on the 8th circle, and it is mayhem. Smoke cities galore, trying to play the portable buy station. Somebody maybe got the buy off, but Exact gets the cleanup. They're getting left, right, and center kills, and no one is shooting at them. The smoke's covering. Visual cover is real, and whether you're misplaying grenades or not, they are taking advantage of the chaos to grab center zone. All 3 alive. Team Exact somehow could win it, and frankly, the fact that Assault is alive at all is a miracle. He might get top 5. He can grab this elimination. In trouble. Goes down. Might get 6. Very, very close to the 1.8x multiplier, but I don't know if they got any kills along the way besides the 1, 2, or 3 that they had leading up to it. Maybe just barely stuck in the top 5, but we're in the final fight. Final 3 teams left, and I believe this will be just a couple solos left, and Exact is one of them. 1, 2, 3 players left, but Team 19 gets a full buyback. Team 19, Colats. This is the squad that could win it all.
3v1 against Team Stemper. Hits the crack onto Crafty. You just need to clean it up. 1 bullet will do it. And that's how you take map number 3. Sometimes those mobile buy stations in endgame can be so clutch. But if you hit a double buyback right before this, stack numbers in your advantage, and just snuff out the last solo, ooh, that's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, it was a 1v1 v2. I want to see Team Exact and what happened on their breakdown. I think it was the flank from Big Man here that maybe thinned their numbers. Yeah, look, you can see Assault and Collapse fighting on the right-hand side. Team Exact still best position, all 3 up, center of zone. Who is it? Big Man just goes massive with Scythe. Big Man goes crazy with a 1v2. No, it's Crafty on the far right-hand side, hanging out in the bushes, getting the cleanup. Crafty makes a massive play, got second in map 1, losing the shaded step, and yet again plays spoiler and cleans up the entirety of Team 12. Colats gets the double buyback. Crafty yet again gets second place. I almost didn't even see him. He was just blending in with the bushes. Yet again, laying in wait, hiding in the bushes, and then making the right play at the right moment. Doesn't win the map, but wins the points for his team. Second place and a massive amount of eliminations. Very well done. But Team Colats, perfect execution, portable buy at the end, and then wins the ones. Well done.
You gotta win your ones, even though it's a 3v1. Close enough, right? Like... Oh man, 3 maps done and dusted, and we have been treated so nicely to a wide variety of zones, because every time that I commentate over Urzikstan, it never fails. We're going power at some point in time. You pull out towards the hills on the western, but the fact is we're going towards the south, and playing around city allows so many teams to stay alive, which just really gives us some of the most intense endgame action.
Yeah, it was hilarious to watch because it was like 80 players and then it was just still 80 for like the next 5 minutes of gameplay. There's so many places to hang out. Let's take a quick look back at the victory moment from that map and see their reactions.
Did we land on head tops and help him? Come on right, Cal. Come on right, Cal. Come on right. That's the last guy. Let's chuck his show. Good fucking shit. Let's fucking go, boys. There we go.
God damn.
There it is.
Fucking do this, baby. Come on. The fuck off.
Maybe expected, maybe not. They were fairly calm besides one player screaming in the background. I love those moments, though. I think they knew they had it in the bag when they got the buy off, and it was a 1v1, then it was a 3v1, 2 players floating in the air, and then they end up winning their ones down below. So a cool moment to win, a great job. And again, just winning one map could set you up to make the regional finals. That was a solid like 26-point game, 13 kills. You got to tip your hat to them. Very, very well done. Let's bring the desk back in, though. See what they had to say about that city final circle. Desk, I'm sure you had fun watching that one.
Of course, had fun watching all three. We've gone blazingly fast, and what a victory that is for a trio that might not be as known. And shout out to DSAP, by the way. Have seen him in the past, casted over him before, Navy veteran. So you know I'm going to shout out my military service members. Incredible job. Dandro, they come into this game in 37th place. They finish game number 3 with the victory, 2x multiplier, and 13 eliminations.
Yeah, 26 points. That's a great way when you are 37th to be able to kind of leapfrog your way back into the conversation. Now, it's not enough to be up there towards the top with some of our big dogs, but what it does is it kind of starts your momentum, right? We are here halfway through our series. We got 3 more games to go. You have a couple more games like that or even close to it. You are definitely setting yourself up for success to be in that top 20 to make it to our North American finals. So hopefully they can use this as a little bit of a snowball sort of series for them. They're in these future games because yes, they were 37th coming on into it. You have to now realize we cannot do what we did before. We have to do what we just did, more so in these last 3 games.
That's it. You can't continue what you've been doing, especially if you're outside of the top 20 or even lower than that. You're in the bottom 8, right? Because that means you're going home, Dream. We started off the game by zone 3. We noticed we're going to city. I'm starting to get excited at this point for Von Pot and their crew. You know, they're coming off a win off of game number 2. I'm thinking this is a big win for game number 3.
Yeah, and that's kind of like D'Angelo had mentioned, momentum, right? Vombot is one of those teams that do carry the momentum, and I'm pretty sure feeling great. But for Kalatz and Jiren and DSAV, I'm sure their momentum is high too, but the standings being changed, one of the things I really noticed even in this drop is it seems like from first game to this one, you guys, like there was a lot more switch up in weaponry. Like we've seen cars more, teams playing for that opening pick, which we saw Vombot doing, even finessing Team Swish'em. We're seeing a lot of teams utilize those first picks and being able to collapse on their teams.
So Dandro, more cars, could that be because of that city rotation? Maybe teams starting to get a little bit of a grasp where the zones might be potentially going. They just saw, obviously, Vonbach get a big win off of game number 2. We see zone 3 going to city. Teams prioritizing high grounds and maybe the long range fights over the CQC?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're watching this zone 3, you see this is going city, you're pulling out cars just to be able to look down below. Even if anybody's getting any buys off, they're coming in from the sky. You have the complete horizon to be able to rip them out of it, right? So I'm not surprised to see more people picking up those snipers and prioritizing help. But the one thing that I really love that we can kind of see here when you look at that mini map was all of these teams who didn't prioritize height were kind of just playing in from the bottom. If you're able to just kind of hold one side of these buildings, you can really kind of finesse around here and be able to kind of play your life and stay alive. It's not always about having to have ultimate height or always having to be in the middle of a building. As we're starting to see here for some of these squads, they're actually playing on the outside really helped them. Mainly look at Big Man in sight. Goach called out when they're able to make this play to take down Exact's company, and it's because they're able to just kind of way out on the outside on the low ground, and eventually they make it on through here at the end of the day. So I love the positioning from some of our players here, especially as we get towards and closer towards these end games, because I think it's going to be great.
Oh, look at this, Dream. So this is the buyback. Kalatz actually gets his team back into it, pulls out the car, hits the snipe with the final shot on the Crafty, as you just mentioned, giving the win to Kalatz, Jared, and DSAP. Beautiful job.
Yeah, you can't cut out the fact that Crafty was just so ratty there, right? Like being able to pick up eliminations too, and just securing that second place spot again, going to change up the standings. But as we take a look, still in first place, it is Team Vombot, who, well, that momentum definitely has to keep that. It definitely is going to keep it high.
That's right. Well, the thing is, right, it's impressive that Vonbot and Co, Dandro, can, like, you know, not even get first place, but still come out on top despite the 2x multiplier, right? And that comes off the back, again, of that City zone. Back-to-back games, they get City. That's where they've been landing. They feel confident, and clearly it's paying off.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's kind of the nature of Warzone right now, right? You can either be one of these teams that prioritizes placement, or you can be one of these teams that's really putting emphasis on defining those eliminations, knowing that your skill can kind of carry you to those placement multipliers. Vombot, they are one of these teams. They're looking at this lobby. There's nobody in here that they can gun them, right? They're playing with insane confidence right now. They know that they can find a lot of those eliminations. And then once they have those and they feel confident about it, they're going to say, all right, great. Let's just play for our placements now. Let's play for these multipliers to do exactly what you said. They're here, they're closer to the top of the leaderboard. They're not even winning games. That's the type of stuff that you want to see from a team that's trying to be in that top 20.
Well, Dream, let's take a look at overall standings and see who truly is at the top and who is struggling. And there it is, Vonbot and Co leading by, what, 35 points. A big come up from them, or 25, I should say. Look, casting math is hard, 35-25, but regardless, they are winning at this point, Dream.
Not to mention what that was shout out, right? There was 37th place going into this game for Team Collatz, so being able to carry up to 9th place for them is huge on that margin between 9th and 10th. But another big shout too that I noticed that was kind of at the bottom, a Team Hunt City, right? Locksteel, Sway, and Hunt City, I believe in the last standings they were kind of close to like the 26-ish spot, so it looks like a huge jump up from them too.
And for them to go to 9th place after that big win's got to feel good. We look at 11th through 20th. IQ will drop down a bit, Dandro. Some concern, right? Given how hyped up they were. We highlighted them at the beginning. We saw some great plays from T and the crew. Now sitting in 19th place. Some of the heavy hitters starting to drop down a bit and being on that bubble, right, of not making it directly to finals.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at 20th right now as we get ready to move into the back half of our map set, you definitely need to make some course corrections. And I know that that's a team that definitely needs to do that, right? We also see Team Clutchbell, Team Swish, they're right here on this bubble as well. So a couple of these teams, now is the time to be able to kind of come online, because yes, sure, you're just kind of realistically at the end of the day here, Taylor, trying not to be one of these bottom teams, right? Yeah. Because you want to at least make it to the LCQ, right? But for some of these teams, they know they should be in that North American final, and even just being 20th is not enough for them. They would love to be up there and just kind of be able to feel good about their game, because one thing I noticed for some of these teams, they just barely made it into that top 80 from opens. They just barely made it in from lower round one. You don't want to be this team that's always just barely making it in, because the lobbies are only going to get harder as we move on.
You know, that's the thing, isn't it, Dream? It's like the lobbies only get more difficult. Those teams that have beat you before, you're going to see them again, and they run the chance of them beating you as well. So it's like, Dream, from this point forward, it only gets more difficult.
Most definitely, and kind of like what we were talking about during that last drop during game 3. As Dandro mentioned, like, do some of these teams decide to maybe land in different POIs, land in different spots, change their strategies? Because like we had mentioned, maybe like Clutch Belk's team, right? Landing in City over and over again, maybe this time around it's not working for you. So as we do enter the last back half of these drops, just kind of see if maybe some of these teams will switch their strategies, because some things are working, some things are not.
That's it. Well, I tell you what excites me about World Series of Warzone is, by the way, we've reached our halfway point. The game is going to be starting soon for Game 4, is it can really, truly make your image. It can make you as a content creator, as a competitive player. And again, for Clash, Jera, and DSAP, prime example. A trio that's not relatively known. They get a big win. They go from 37th to 9th place. Talk about big dreams potentially being made. We're going into game number 4. Let's bring in our casters once again. Of course, Spider, Tiff, and Ghosh. I'm ready to see how all this is going to play out. 3 more games to go. Let's hop into game 4.
Oh, let's do it. Let's get game number 4 locked and ready to go, though, Goj. But we were talking about this at the top of the show. We were like, it just takes one good win to really change the entire trajectory of your 6-game series. And if you haven't already had that occur for you, well, now is the time to start focusing on that.
Yeah, you know, frankly, Tiff, I was hanging out during the break. I was listening to our analysts. I was popping between watch parties and streams. Dongi straight up said, are there scrims after this? This is not fun. He is dominating so much in his mind that apparently he thinks that he needs to go play something else. Sorry, Vonbot, not Doggy. That's Doggy's former teammate.
I was gonna say, Doggy's already ready.
Vonbot and Doggy probably both talking trash, but Vonbot said, and I quote, are there scrims after this? This is easy. So look, confidence is key. Frankly, they don't think they should be here, and they're apparently proving that that's the case. To be here is a disservice to them. They don't want to be in the lower bracket, so they're going to try to dominate and talk some trash in the meantime.
Yeah, fair. I mean, if there was scrims after this, you could have scrimmed a little harder and not have found yourself in lower round 2. But I mean, whatever, more reps for you. I'll applaud it. But no, for real though, that was one of those squads that was on the cusp of that whole roster mania scenario that we had witnessed just as soon as World Series of Warzone was announced. People hit the timeline, they hit all the social medias, and everyone was kind of shifting gears because there's a heavy hitting squad that goes by the name of Falcons now that is going to be waiting in the regional finals to be able to throw them down. Now, granted, I want to see if there's going to be squads that are going to be able to unseat them, and you've got to get to regional finals to get that chance.
Yeah, no, totally agree. It's a team to beat. Let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights from last map before we get into the next one. Started out, and yet again, we saw the first circle tip, and we said, oh, that's going city. And it definitely did. It was a fun map to watch as well, because all the teams are trying to clear these massive driveways or highways for them to run down and drive down literally with LTVs to get to city. Some landed way up in military and had to make a massive rotation, and some hung out in military since the very beginning. And so it was fun to watch those different styles of play, and yet again it proved incredibly difficult for some of those teams like Team Clutchbelt that started in city to win their early engagement and then restabilize. They made it to the final 5, Tiff, but at what cost? I think they had 3 kills in total, and they were constantly in a blender. So watch out for that team as we get deeper into this tournament. What will they do? Can they make it to finals? But a couple teams did use these helicopters to rotate in, and to pretty good advantage. You saw Big Man's team make it to final 3 as well, so seemingly paid off. This one is the opposite side of the coin, Tiff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we love a good helicopter rotation, but here we go, Almighty TJ. They drive the hell or fly the heli over this building, immediately get dumpstered on, disengage, but falter shortly after. For Famous Kima here, the job isn't done, and oh, okay, so this is what happens to Zep there, where everything starts to fall apart. Team Vonbot on your screen, doing a little bit of gatekeeping and wall banging action with the Car 98 and Assault Lovey, Clutchbelt. This train.
Yeah.
The train was their arch nemesis. And yeah.
Okay, so I saw Lovey go down. I thought he got sniped. Lovey fell off the train and got ran over by the train. Talk about a series of unfortunate events. That team could not catch a break. They were able to make it Assault a multi-FPS demon, but dang, that is wild to watch. Well, the team on paper that had the best chance to make it, Team Sway, Hunticity, Locksteel, they were #1 seeded going into this, 21st just barely making it into this tournament rather than straight into the regional finals, and had a decent map there. But again, Big Man's side, a massive rotation with the helicopter paid off. They grab sit rep here, get the others weak, and then on the other side, it was Crafty laying in wait in the bushes, quite literally the definition of a bush Wookie, grabbing 2nd place again after his first map, doing the same. And then here's Colats, winning his ones, but having 2 players in the air. It didn't matter if he won his ones, they were going to win regardless. So there was your team that won. Colats, D-Sav, Jaren won the last map, but I believe I was wrong. I said 26-point win. I think it was a 28-point win. I think it was 14 kills in total, so just a hair better, and definitely enough to set them up for success to be able to make it into the next round. Because again, top 20, we're looking at around 52 points is going to be our cutoff. So if you're dropping 28 points in a single map, you're probably looking really solid in your overall average.
they were outside the 30th place mark, and then into the top 10 we go. Now, granted, we talk about this top 20 to get you straight into the regional finals, but you just have to find yourself 32nd place or better, because there is still that last chance qualifier. Now, that's going to be a pure bloodbath, and honestly, I don't envy that's going to be anyone going there, but you just want to make sure that you're not in the bottom 8.
That's right. Yeah, bottom 8, you're fully eliminated. You're done. You're out of here. You're going home, and maybe you're staying home because you're out of this competition. We're looking for top 20 to make regional finals, which will be later this week. And then if you're that next 12, that 12 will go to LCQs. You get one more shot, but you got to be at the top for LCQs. Top 4 moving on from LCQs, and then our 5th team will be the wildcard team at LCQs. You just got to win a map, the final map of the final stage of the tournament leading up to the global finals, but those final 8 teams are going to be eliminated. So look, I'm excited to see who makes it, but going into the second half of this tournament, I really want to see those fringe teams. I want to look at 15th to 25th, right? Who's jockeying for position there? Because truthfully, our top 5 have already qualified. They've already done enough in 3 maps. As long as they're not dropping 3 zeros back to back to back, they're making it to regional finals. So who's next? Who's in contention? And who could make a massive leap with just a single map victory?
There's a couple things you said there that I want to go back on before we move forward. You mentioned the wildcard map. Do you remember last year's wildcards? Because that was some of the most insane gameplay we have ever witnessed. I'm talking there was water ending, so you've got to go back and run those VODs if you're going to be prepping for that wildcard on the last chance qualifier. So when you think about things like that, just know what you're in for if you have to deal with that. But then you kind of bring it forward and you start talking about the teams that are on the cusp or on the bubble of really advancing on to the next stages here in World Series of Warzone. All the teams that have really locked it in at the top of the leaderboard are going to be the biggest nemesis to your game because they already know they're qualified. You had VonBot already talking about scrims, right? And maybe they're just going to start shaking things up and just run rampant in the lobby. So if you were just trying to get some points on the board to find yourself not in the bottom 8, you have to watch out for the rogue-like situation that's going to occur.
Well, we're heading into the next map here shortly, and I got to remind people, and you know what? I got to give them some credit, okay? OP marked, Reed Boy, Shaded Step. I believe they're in 2nd place. They've got somewhere around 66 points in total. And Tiff, frankly, this team even talked about not even competing in the lower bracket. They had some serious chemistry issues. They low-key got decimated during the upper bracket. It wasn't really close. They were in the bottom 5 teams, and they came into this competition with very low morale. OP Mark even said they weren't going to compete at all, and then here they are. They got it together. They had the hard conversations, and they're dominating the competition. Not only with multipliers, might I add, they are doing it with kills, so we'll see if they can do it again. Let's drop into map number 4.
Series. If you're in that bottom 8, well, now's the time to figure it out, hit your shots, get good, and figure out how we're gonna get up in there. Just passing over Old Town, Low Town, no endings there just yet, but our sights are set on City as wow. Did I not tell you that I'm so used to casting on Urzikstan where we always go to the west of Pop-Off Power?
Yeah, well, Tiff, wish granted and script confirmed. You know the script. You love the script because we are going to that northwestern side of the map. It's going to be Popov all day today, at least until probably circle 6. It might pull further west. It could go all the way up into the top left-hand corner. But yet again, and we're going to watch this fight all the way out because this has been the fight, Tiff, that has determined both of these two teams' entire stake in this stage of the competition, and it's always gone to the side of Mario, Fried, and Clown, and it looks like Mario, Fried, and Clown are going to leave this team be. They didn't like the fight. They go low, and it looks for the first time, finally, 4 maps in, Clutch Belt, Loving Assault can breathe for the first 60 seconds of the map.
Yeah, we're out here throwing mortars their way and just disengaging towards the lower buildings. Yes, you're giving up high ground, but you're also keeping yourself alive for the time being. But Ripper gets dropped by Finesse, 1 HP, and able to convert that into an elimination. A lot of our teams still getting nixie early on, but we're just looking for the last one. Locktive on the opposing side. Alexander and team, they just clean it right on up.
And another team that we're expecting a lot from, Locktive's squad, is one of those squads that a lot of teams had as underhorses. I mean, this is a team that everybody said should be good. Locktive, Ripper, and Time, a trio and individuals in their own right, super skilled. Things not being pieced together throughout the stages of this competition. Hopefully they can do it in the second half of this tourney as Rayskis, Lightsfire, and Omega hunt down their quarry, yet again showing us exactly how you should play this game. When you get a knock, chase down the team. If you get an elimination, chase down the team. A team's doing a most wanted, chase down the team, especially when you have player advantage. You can see Lightsfire team doing exactly that. Should get the team wipe here if they can connect their shots. Just barely. Maybe Cash gets out of there, and Lightsfire says, not today. I will not let you leave. I need this kill. I need this team wipe. Very well done. That's what you should do here in Warzone Customs.
Yo, that ground loot is slapping. I'm not gonna lie. Just had 3 attachment on it, but from a distance, it was working. Hixers here in the middle of the road. Riggs plan just to the right side. We knew it was gonna be coming towards this side of the map. Elsewhere, Tommy fooled. Kind of unfortunate circumstances for that squad that can't seem to keep all 3 of them alive into that end game. It seems like their mid map has just been torched. Tommy probably loses the gulag there to classified, and we'll have to check in, but Lix has found themselves in the gulag for now. Hixers and Riggs out there on big map waiting.
We love watching some 1v1s here. Take a quick look at your top right while you're watching the fight. Arts pushes the equation and somehow loses it. Just totally missed shots, and Lix punishes him for it. As they were fighting, look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's been on the screen for a little while. You see our top 5 teams currently. You can effectively say that our top 4 have qualified for regional finals already if everything goes according to history. 52 was our cutoff for the top 20 teams the last several stages of the competition, and so this will likely be 4 teams moving to the regional finals. You can expect that over the course of the next 3 maps, Stimper's team will get 6 some odd points, but I've seen stranger things happen, so you can't count your chickens before they hatch. But I do like the fact that we have at least 4 teams that have done enough thus far. And here goes Clutchbuck's team, still looking for their first couple eliminations. But again, this is the first time we've seen them stabilize. And so they're trying to use that advantage for the first time in this stage of the competition and grab some early eliminations so they're not walking into the final couple circles with 2 kills.
Map 3 winner down there. Team DSAV gets fully sent to the gulag. Hopefully they'll hit some sort of a regain here, but you're right, just holding this power position while teams like E700 squad here down below trying to hit that rotation. We already saw them destroy that LTV they were using to rotate through, and we're gonna go ahead and pop off that roof. Lovey though falls incredibly low. Assault gets taken out, and now you start to wonder, when you lose ultimate high ground, you try to make this push. At the end of the day, it really wasn't worth it, but we do see back to get those numbers on in. This is a tough one, but at least we have this kind of bunkered side of the highway to allow some cover. And if you're going to expend a streak onto the rooftop to keep focusing forward, it's not necessarily all bad.
Not all bad. They were able to restabilize. I think you're right. I think this team is just trying to play aggressive. I mean, they're playing kind of edge of zone here on Parkway and gonna hit this bridge play to just get a couple teams. They know they need kills, and they haven't gotten them yet, and they know they can catch this team in rotation. Super Rad squad, a great team. One of the only console players with Lawlet on their squad. Incredibly talented. C4's flying in, but it's not enough to take down Clutchbelk. One goes down. They have an advantage, but quickly turn back the other way. Lawlet tries to make a play. Unfortunately, gets punished for it. It's a 2v2. Clutchbelk looking for a play on Super Rob, playing the low ground. Thinks he can win against Cronus, but now Low has to back off. Lovey in trouble as well. We could yet again see Clutchbelk's team fall here if they are not careful. And finally, Tip, they are trying to slow things down, and with the snipers down below, they were able to grab a couple cleanups here and a team wipe. Whew, that was looking hairy for a second.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. You see the muni box drop and you immediately grab more lethals and start throwing them. But Nico, Swish, Foulnets. I was really curious to see how their mid games throughout the series have been going. We know they're in the upper 20s, which isn't bad, but I would love to see them start grabbing some more eliminations. And when you've got squad number 36 on the opposing side, that's going to be Team Ripper. Just got to figure out a way to grab one. And they already look like they want to rotate on out. But Nico sets their sights on the opposing squad that's just across the way. When you've got 3 to 4 squads in this small area, you have to make sure that you have all areas covered.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye out for this team again. Like you said, they're in, I think, 22nd right now, which essentially means that the last 2 games, they've gotten nearly 0 points. I mean, they're finally grabbing some success here. But reminder, their first game was like nearing a 20-point game. They had a ton of kills. They had a crazy rotation across almost the entirety of the map, and it paid off. They ended up grabbing a great multiplier and a ton of kills to boot along the way. But apparently have been incredibly quiet the last 2 maps. So I'd love to watch out for this team as we go through, as they try to clean up Extra Pairs, who's just hanging out on the balcony. This is like a spot from like the Bourne Identity trilogy or something. It's like this dude just hanging out on the balcony, about to bust through the window into the shower to take down the kill. But Extra Pairs is just hiding, waiting, lurking, and they cannot find him. Wild situation. I love that we get to see it here in Codcaster as a C4 nearly hits Switch him in the face.
He looked lost. Like, yeah, I don't want to intrude on your building, but so I'm just going to stand here. I'm not even going to go prone. I don't care about the other squad that's not Team Swish'em. But for now, as soon as they decide to start shooting at Time and Ripper, she pretty much plays hot potato with the C4, takes it straight to the face, but somehow stays alive. But over here to Sunny, accept Rudy on your screen. We've got squad number 35 to contend with, and we swing out the door, put a brunt of that damage, and when you just take them both down, that is probably one of the cleanest swings I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, a very clean swing, and I think it's worth noting too that I believe that team they just wiped had a most wanted up, so they knew exactly where they were at, grabbed the live ping, pushed out, played together, and grabbed the elimination. So very well done, great execution, and they got a ton of resources for it. We saw a quick look at that zone there, Tiff. If you just got to look at that, we're going as far west as it looks like we can, continually creeping up northwestern and northwestern as far as up as we can go. I'm excited to see what this in circle will look like.
No, it's going to be fun. And for Team E700, we last saw them hitting that rotate out from City by Construction through Parkway and just kept on going. We've made our way into Seaport. Now, I would love to see them keep clearing this out and fighting through the way. Well, you're going to clean up Infamous, that's for sure. One more elimination is going to go into the hands of Tenix. Now, that you know, for now, it's okay. But where we came from, there's going to be squads that are looking to mirror this rotation. One of them is going to be Team Clutch Belt. C4 is already being planted and we're pre-firing the areas. We just need to get lines of sight onto the squad. The smokes for the cover on the rotation will give more information to Tenix, Funzy, and E700. You would think, hey, at least we're connecting.
This is the 22nd team currently. Clutchbelt's 22nd. Swish'em is just now inside with the points they've been putting on the board. This is a live leaderboard I'm looking at, but it's 22nd Clutchbelt. T-Next team is in 24th, Team E700. This is a battle of 2 teams in contention to potentially not make regional finals and have to battle through LCQs. This could be at least partially the difference between them making regional finals or not. And right now, T-Next has the advantage. Finds one, knocks it, they get the trade though. Funzy there to help. No, goes down. E700 playing cleanup from another angle. Grabs at least one to try to make this somewhat even. There are several teams in this area, and it's Team Tommy off to the left-hand side trying to play a different angle. As it looks like Clutchpoke is backing out of this fight, and now Tommy's pushing in to get the cleanup. Clutchpoke saw the third party and said, I want no part of this. I am out of here. Tommy is the one paid in kind for this team wipe by third partying the fight. Very well done from Obs, Teeny, and Tommy.
Yeah, so the 6th place squad with 48 points on the board. So Clutch Milk making a very nice decision there to go ahead and get on out of there. But Little Mario Clown Fried still hitting that rotation, still in 3rd place, and they are just hunting throughout. And so many squads, I don't want to say this or anything, they're like playing scared, right? If you're outside the top 20, you're being more conservative, but a lot of teams will go down just running from a fight. Sometimes it's better to turn around and face them head on.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. If these two teams decide to fight, these are the top two teams coming out of the upper bracket. They got 21st and 22nd respectively in the upper bracket, just barely missing out, going straight to regional finals, have to earn their spot there. And a nice knock here from Clown and Fried. This is that ready, aim, set, 1, 2, 3 meta we were talking about. Team shots galore. If you can get a knock, it opens the window of opportunity to push the equation. Here's VonBot near the top of the leaderboard, rather at the top of the leaderboard by a sizable margin, a 12-point lead currently. And looking pretty strong over here at Levin. They've got high ground. They're looking out for any of these players deciding to rotate in. I can only expect at least 3 to 4 teams will probably hang out in Levin in that kind of layer cake that we love calling out. We'll see which moves first. And I think if I'm VonBot, I'm going to try to pick up at least one as they rotate in with that Car 98. But back to it. Looks like the fight has swung the other way. Fried down. Clown also about to fall. Henticity trying to clean up, and the Simtex will definitely do it. And now it's Clown's team trying to run away, and it's only Little Mario that's able to get out. They had the advantage, and then they lost it. Couldn't quite clean up the knock from earlier, I guess, as we swapped away. Just completely flipped the fight on its head. There's a reason this team is at the top.
Yeah, at least Fried does have that gulag still available to them. And into the 1.2x multiplier we go. This squad in 5th place, 49 points, has a lot of room to move up the leaderboard. Now, granted, it's not a big deal if you win lower round 2. It's just more for bragging rights and to get those reps in. You just want to find yourself inside that top 20 to go on to those regional finals. And you've done almost more than enough to kind of secure that assault on the screen. Now, we were curious what that kind of regain would look like for them. Well, we've got everyone back into the fray of things, but seems a bit separated out. We can see Drifts just ahead of us and Team Ripper on the opposing side. But if we're going for this massive rotation outside of Kotovo blocks, it looks like we would have wrapped straight, maybe even from the water or on that coastline for cover. This is pretty sneaky, Gauche.
Yeah, and they're missing Clutch Belt, because as a reminder, Clutch was in that fight earlier, that Tommy third party, and was able to make it out alive, but is super far separated from this team. And I expect what happened was that Clutchbelk was able to grab the double buyback and then sent Lovey and Assault to go play for this space. And there's Clutchbelk. Okay, so he's down the hill on the other side, potentially playing for flank. I couldn't see him based on our map view, but it looks like he's all the way down at the bottom playing cover on the water wrap, and it's Quay swimming out in the ocean, maybe just playing for placement. And the same thing, E700 lost his teammates from earlier, and now is just lurking in the water, swimming around, having a good time with the sharks. I wonder if they've spotted each other. They probably have.
I didn't realize we were looking at a live picture of Florida here because all the sharks have been going crazy down there. I've been seeing it all over my timeline. An E700, little pistol in hand, just like, oh, okay, what's going on over here, Quay? Yeah, honestly, just do a nice little wave of the white flag, handshake agreement. It's fine for now. But I just genuinely don't know how long you're going to be able to stay out here.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Here's a quick look. Yeah, talk about as far as we can go to the northwest. Levin Resort is basically not even in the circle. So this is about to be utter chaos. Technically, Clutchbelk's team got there first, but if you saw Clutchbelk's teammate, Lovey and Assault, they didn't have loadout weapons. They do not have their loadouts. They have ground loot that they found in this building at the corner. They're dead center of zone, but I don't know if it's going to pay off. All it takes is one really good smoked push through. They get wiped. Clutchbelk can't get up the hill fast enough to help them out unless they get the spots early. So watch out for that team. We'll continue to pay attention to it. But the big question in my mind, Tiff, is what chaos is about to ensue as we rotate out of Kotovo blocks. I might think that some of these teams actually might burn some of their resources, might burn some of those PDSs early to make sure they don't get picked off in rotation on this first wrap, because this is about to be a firing range.
Well, here we go. Chain those smokes together and see if we can find some semblance of cover. Yes, we hit that rotation early. But for the teams that are going to be looking to grab this building is going to be squad number 32, squad number 27, and then even 19 and 30 on the outer edge. And everyone is going to be looking for this because it's an open field ahead of them. and you just gotta keep that pressure on. Zen Purity's gonna drop D-Sav. They were your map 3 winners, still alive in some numbers for now. But we'll just have to keep our eyes out.
Look at this overhead cam. We got Joe Gang inside the zone in a small building. Vonbot trying to make a play 2v3 here on the outer edge of the zone. They want to clear out all the teams behind them. They have at least spotted one full team out. That's Green Doze. Likely they see the smokes and the pushing advances of Tommy as well. They know 2 teams are here. This could be a nice third party they can pick up on. It's one of the only times they'll be able to do it here. Here's a quick look at that fight. Vonbot finds one over the top on the third party, gives an advantage to Team Tommy that he might try to execute on. Green Doze looking low as Tommy swings around the outside range. Vonbot looking for a play over the top of the loadout and finds it. Devo gets a snipe on one. Turns to shoot the other team, gets at least a broken shield, depleting some resources. Vamba and Devo could literally, no, they were gonna 2v3v3, but another team flanks from the other side. Who is it? It's Fallnets, Nico, Swish'em. We told them to step up, and they're finally here to make a play, rotating in yet again, super late, but it's paying off with some kills. Let's see if they can execute on this full team wipe.
Oh, Green Doze still alive. Vonbot hits the mobile. I'm back in. We bring Devo back in. So at least we have 2 members last standing. But if we extend out too far, you know Green Doze is going to be able to take some angles. Tommy and Teeny have already hit the water for the rotate. And there we go. We called it. Devo, though, in the air, still alive, into the top 15. So we have that 1.4x multiplier at least in play. And Fallnets goes big, starts reaping that area of the map. The job's not done. Even E700 just got found out by Teeny. We're landing close in that next zone. We've got some mounds to work with, but I'm not feeling comfortable.
Tiff, this is the building Clutchpelic's team was in. Clutchpelic's team is wiped out of here. I told you there's gonna be a team of 3 that pushes up, grabs the knock on 1, and Clutchpelic's not gonna be able to be there in time. That's likely what happened as Sitrep, Exact, Sneely needed to step up, and now's their moment. They grabbed one of the last remaining pieces of cover going into the 5th and 6th zones. Now that we're moving into the 7th, they've cleared a pathway for themselves, grabbed snipes, and they still have a nice spot to pick up a couple of eliminations, and they've made top 10. They've done the job as Exact gets a full team wipe from distance. They have a perfect spot to lead themselves to the promised land, just slowly creeping up behind the little pieces of cover that they can. Now top 5. They've done the work. Let's see if they can finish it. On the far side, Nico Infinite going big, finds one. Nico goes down, but they made top 5. That's going to help out their scores dramatically. You will see them close to contention for top 10. I can only imagine, but we still have 4 teams left here, Tiff, and it looks like Milko's coming in from the late rotate in the gas, likely with the PDS.
Yeah, that's going to be Team Mop, and they just need to get in, but unfortunately won't be able to do so. Johnny Bro and Tap just cleaning this out, but when you've got squad number 30, Team Tommy, without the E, not the one you're probably thinking of, it's Tommy Syke, and you got Crisscross. That is the biggest threat to the majority of that squad, and if I'm Sitrep, Exact, and Sneely, I just sit back, lie, and wait, because this is our game to win.
Johnny, by the way, won that. Team Strixie won that encounter on the right-hand side, picked off one, was able to stay alive. Strixie on the other side. So you got Sneely on the left. The team I expect to win. It's a 3v2v2 because these 2 teams are fighting each other. This is exactly what Exact wants. And Exact just picking up third-party kills left, right, and center. Everyone is handing him the win and a ton of points to boot. Sitrep, Exact, they win it all 3 up, a ton of eliminations, and it was because of the early rotation to wipe Clutchpelic's team. Yet again, Clutchpelk gets the wrong end of the boot, gets booted out of their cover, gets booted back to the lobby, and Exact wins it all. Let's take a quick look back at that aerial cam. It was the perfect execution. The rotate in. They cleared everyone behind them, and then they had a free and clear victory as these other 2 teams decided to fight each other, Tiff.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that were done right, and it started with Dandro calling them out ahead of this map. Like, what have they been doing? What's been going on? Now, Exact, Sitrep, Sneely, they keep their numbers alive, and they identify their positions properly. And coming into this, they had already cleaned out that coastline. Their biggest threat was going to be Team Tommy on that opposing side. And I love that Tommy and Syke start really going against Johnny Bro. But then when you've got the angles, using the Car 98 to cover that distance right here, it's Sitrep who picks up the remaining member on that squad and then just easily has to focus on cover. Now, you had a rock in a tree and it was fully open. So the Car 98, like D'Andro said in that deep dive earlier on at the very top of the show, one shot headshot within 65 meters, and that was close enough to me to clean all things up.
Yeah, and like we said before, just having all three alive was a massive boon. They were able to take the third parties and then win it all. Let's take a quick look back at their victory moment, see their reactions.
I'm getting in.
Dead. I left it right now. 3v1, 3v1.
Broken. Let's fucking go, baby.
Good shit, baby.
Let's fucking go. That's how we do it.
Good fucking shit, dog. Told you, bro. We just built off that last game.
Yeah. Fucking love that audio.
Good fucking shit, man.
Well, 12 kills and a victory, 24 points, certainly going to help out their standings. They are close to qualifying already, but not quite done. And I gotta say, Tiff, from that reaction, that just sounds like they thought it was long overdue. There was very little hype. It was just like, we know we got this. We should have done this a long time ago. We're way too far down this leaderboard. Finally, we're doing what we expected to do.
I was going to say, a lot of our reactions have been incredibly calm, and I think that's just because of what the stakes are, right? We keep saying you just need to find yourself in the top 20 to hit the regional finals, where a lot of teams are lying in wait to really earn their ticket onto those global finals. But I'm really curious what the desk has to say. D'Andro's got to be pleased over there.
I hope he is. Tandro Dream also pumped up. It was a great game, number 4, right? And a big game coming out for SIPREP and Co. They were in 25th place going into game 4. And surely that 12 elimination game has to help them out a little bit. After all, we did just see a massive jump from game 3 from Colats and Co, right? In 37th place, jumping all the way up to 9th because of their good efforts. But good game. Game number 4 is done. Dan, we'll go to you first off, man. Zones, at the least at the beginning and maybe even towards the end, just weren't really that friendly to a lot of the competitors.
It would not be a day of Warzone without zones that make you scratch your head the entire time. And well, game 4 delivered for us, right? We get that first initial zone. We're like, all right, cool. It's pulling a little bit northwest. Where's it going to go after this? Goes even more northwest. We're like, all right, great. Where's it go after this? Goes even more northwest. And we're like, okay, well, I guess if you decided to land on the eastern side of the map, have fun reenacting Lord of the Rings on your way to endgame, because you are going to be running the entire time. And that's exactly what happened, right? We had a lot of teams who kind of got caught on rotation, and a couple of those teams who made those reads early found a lot of success.
Well, let's talk about one of those teams early on that had some struggles, and that's VonBot and Co Dream. Controlling City, landing, things were relatively quiet at first, but then they ran into a couple of snags. What ended up happening?
Yeah, like we were kind of just talking about teams changing their play styles in the back half of the games and thinking maybe that's time to overwhelm some of these teams. And I think it was Lawlet that did, in fact, take down VonBot. But Devo, right, had an amazing recovery, so they were able to recover regardless and still plays good. But for a lot of these squads, maybe that car switch up, just deciding on what class to pick, because it wasn't such an open zone. And we were making jokes about it, like, what if this land ended in the water, right? I know you love that, Taylor.
Yes.
But no, obviously the decision on whether or not to overwhelm some of these teams, but to get into that spot, you need eliminations. And well, that's where we saw, at least with Team VonBot, why they're so good. They were able to recover.
Hey, don't get me wrong, I love a good water ending, all right? And I know Goj does too. And as far as Tiff saying sharks, look, the water's salty, the water's sharky, okay? Bottom line, period. Let's talk about it, though. We move a little bit further on. Tommy starts making some great plays that gets D'Andro excited.
Yeah, dude, I was having flashbacks of Tommy with TBE, because this was like a tried and true Tommy play. You see him up there at the top. They have the one player down below, right? And he's able just to kind of get some shots in. He jumps off, pulls his parachute, and you can see he kind of pulls aggro, forces that player to kind of over chow. But while that's happening, he has Teeny and Obs from behind who are able to push back on in, and they get a nice, easy cleanup. You might think it's a lot of work to happen for just one singular elimination, but it buys them a lot of space. They take out a top team in the lobby. It's starting to seem like maybe this team is starting to find their identity. Tommy coming online as a veteran. We heard the comms earlier today. I think they are finally starting to maybe mesh together and realize how they want to play in these lobbies.
A little bit earlier right here is Swish'em still alive. Dream making some plays. Nico as well to secure top 4.
Yeah, and that was a crazy, he had a turn and burn out in the open, but that was one of the other shouts that we had talked about, right? Doing really good on that map number 1, but kind of falling off a little bit. Now we see some action from Swisham and Co. So again, as teams just start to heat on up, still just trying not to be in that bottom 8 spot is the goal.
Dandro, there's the winning moment, or at least we're getting to it. Break it down, the last 3 left.
I just love the play style from Exact, Sitrep, and Sneely here, right? We saw the zone kind of close in around zone 6, zone 7, and it forces everyone to these sort of 2 areas that are only left with cover, right? But what they have this team do is they make this wrap back out to the other side, and it gives them a god spot, right? We are able to clear out their entire coastline. They understand the teams are to their left. They have that deployable cover. They have a couple trees, but that's all they need. They're able just to kind of reap all of these players coming on in. 12 eliminations, 24 points, of course, with that win. That is the type of stuff that they definitely like having in the back of their pocket as we get ready to move towards these last 2 maps.
You know, I like final zones like that, Dream, because there's 2 hardcover POI locations, right? And the rest of it is just wide open. Now, if you're playing with a car, which we've been seeing those quite popular, right? Especially in game number 3, we saw a plethora of them. But for those 2 hardcover POI locations, they were chaotic, as you would expect. Just going into that open ground, it's almost putting your tournament life, or at least game 4 life, to an end.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, that's where a lot of utility is going to be important. Make sure you have a lot of smokes to be able to rotate out of those crazy positions. And I think another team we kind of gave a shout, it was Greendos, right? Kind of playing spoiler in the water. And we saw a couple of teams even getting set up in the water. But again, you never know sometimes where that zone's going to pull. It might surprise you, but at least having your enough resources is key.
So I am curious, Dandro, you know, at least looking for the perspective of Sitrep Exact Sneely. That's a big game again. In 25th place, we were kind of commenting that they just weren't playing that well. You know, what kind of team are they? Are they a momentum-based team, kind of like VonBot was? You know, we were talking about their big game 2 win, maybe a big come-up. You know, is that the same thing for Exact & Co., who might now potentially be dominating and at least pushing further and deeper into the top 20?
I mean, I think it's definitely a nice kind of win in their sails type of moment, but knowing that that team, they are not this team that has to like really do something huge in order to come online, right? So they have some veteran leadership there, of course, with Exact and Sitrep, 2 long-standing competitors, right? They've been here. They understand what this pressure is like. You even heard it in the Cubs after they won that game. It wasn't this insane pop-off moment for them, right? It was just like, all right, that's what we know what we can do. Let's do it again. So it kind of helps lock them in. And I think it just kind of reinforces maybe some better decisions they made in that game, that when it comes to these last 2, they can kind of continue along that same path.
Well, we're getting loaded up into game number 5. Before we do, let's take a look at our overall standings. And here we are, VonBot & Co. leading the charge still. And that's got to feel good. OP Mark still just below them. Shaded Step, you know, of course, big victories to start off the day with the 12 eliminations. Tommy also there in 4th. Some big names, some familiar names. Dream starting to fill up the top 10.
Yeah, and most definitely you see Exact, Sitrep, Sneely in 5th place, as well as Swisham moving up a spot from the last time from 11th to 10th as well. So still pretty standard as long as teams keep coasting through. But as we move on down to the top 20, you see Team Xeno. I know that was a big shout as a team, particularly doing well, still looking good in that top 20 spot to make finals this week. But regardless, hold the spot, right? A lot of these teams are just going to work to hold. Clutch Belt too as well in 15th place. Got to give a shout out to them.
Hold the line. There's your top 20, and this is going to be your teams potentially going to the LCQ, Dandro.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of these squads, and I'm still surprised that as we're getting ready to load in at map number 5 that they're down here. I'm looking at Team Finesse, Team IQ, Team Nobu Spartan, Team Greendos, Team Almighty TJ. Like, there are so many of these teams that I feel like in past competitions that would be able to hold their own. But here, you know, they're okay, great. You might be setting yourself up to go to the LCQ, but I would be expecting a lot of these teams to be higher on the list. Still got a lot of Warzone to play, though, so plenty of opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, 2 more games, right? Only 2 more games for day number 1, or at least for our lower round 2, right? Who will be top 20? Who's going to be the bottom 8? A lot of questions to be answered, and we are going to answer them. Let's bring in our casters, Spider Tiff and Goj, as game number 5 gets loaded up. We're almost to the end. We're getting there, so I can't wait to see if any teams may have some plans they haven't implemented yet. Spider Tiff, Goj, take it away for game 5.
Game 5, I feel like we were just back on map number 1. Things were just getting started, and now you look at that 20th slot held by Team Xeno, an average of 9.3 points per game. Anyone can have a pop-off to really shoot themselves over that 37.2 average, but there's a lot of names, especially that the desk was talking about, that are outside the top 20, and I'm pretty shocked, Goj.
Yeah, I was taking a look back at the leaderboard as well. Even the names like on contention, like in like 18th are surprising names. Again, Clutchbox team, a team we've been talking a lot about today, only in 15th after a decent lobby. You look back, Xeno 20th, like you said, except a really solid team, 19th. Team E700, frankly, we've seen them fighting a lot. I thought they were going to be a lot higher. They're just not getting any multipliers. They're going out too early. They're in 17th. This is an easy number. This is an easy team to take out, and they might not make it. Being in 17th by like a point makes this really, really stressful. We have 2 games left. You've got to be nearly flawless at this point if you're somewhere between 15th and 25th. There's a lot riding on this. LCQs, these teams will likely make at this point. If you're in 15th to 17th to 18th even, you'll probably make LCQs even if things go terribly wrong, because you just have to get top 32. But Tiff, I am worried because LCQ is going to be so difficult. You have to be nearly perfect to make it out of LCQs. Last chance qualifiers, top 4 make it to regional finals. This is looking grim.
Grim for sure. We heard LCQs referred to as a purgatory today. And honestly, I'm not trying to go there. So if I'm Team Finessence sitting in 23rd overall on the leaderboard, Finessence or Taylor T, they were in the long game back on map number 1 within the top few teams. And a lot of their rotations were looking great. But granted, that was a military base ending. And ever since then, we've mostly pulled towards the city. And even with that open ending towards the western side of Kotovo blocks, man, you've really got to lock it in here for map number 5. Where are we headed?
We're dropping into Urzikstan. Here we go. Map 5 underway. All right, Tiff, here we go. New map, new zone, everybody dropping in. Life of the tournament on the line, potentially your life in World Series of Warzone on the line. You know, another team I want to know where we're going. Oh, look at this zone. We're finally headed towards Manor, potentially, or the south side of Farms. But, Tiff, you know another team I'm looking at? Where's Nobu Spartan? 25th place for Nobu Spartan and Blink CJ. This is, again, one of those long-standing duos that have been together since Verdansk in 2020. They were competing together. Now with Sammy, I don't know about this team. 25th, they got to make a move, and they need to make a move now.
Well, you've got Team Toph and Team Finesse in here contesting over at Rostova shops, and this is a really nice starting position. You can find a lot of cash, get a loadout really quick, but we are already throwing the suppression mines on the wall just in case someone decides to fly on in. But it's a very conservative contest, if I do say so myself. Usually you just want to find a weapon and fully send. Some people go straight at it with pistols, but that's just the name of the game when you're finding yourself on that bubble outside of the top 20. And well, back to city, back to one of the oldest contests that we've had today for lower round 2. And this time, Clutch Belk Assault still up and at it, trying to finish out Lil Mario.
Yeah, same story, just a hair of a different ending this time around. Oh, Clutch Belk!
Oh,
Caught reloading, caught sprinting. Clutch Belk just completely threw that fight away. Horrible timing. And what I thought was going to be a free and clear victory for Team Clutch Belk, it looks like the trades will eventually come through. And frankly, we'll come back to that later because T is making a great play here. Unfortunately, getting flanked from the other side. Frankly, why was Clutch Belk challenging that by himself? Play as a team, gentlemen. Just like Sir Taylor is trying to do here. Last alive, couldn't play as a team. Now on the edge, getting pushed out by Team 31. Wow.
To be fair, I loved T's angle originally, but if you're on the roof trying to find that angle onto Toph, the one thing you just have to be weary of is someone that's going to be on that roof from the squad looking at it. Now, Sir Taylor trying to hit the schmoofs, put him on skates, dolphin diving, trying to use the wilderness out here in the open for any bit of cover. But it looks like ST is going to make their way on out. We'll check in with that squad later because Lawlet over here vibing just on the outskirts of Old Town, maybe more towards Sea Town. And he's got 2 squads vying it out just ahead of them. You can probably hear the shots on the screen, and we're going to be looking for some opening eliminations to at least get the score on the board. Call in that UAV, bunker, buster, and pocket. And, well, if we're going to take it to the water, of course we'll take some angles.
Yeah, they're so hard to spot. Looks like Lalit found one. Again, Lalit, one of our only 2 console players competing today. It's Lalit, and then it's Reed Boy, and that's it. 2 console players, both dominating. Frankly, both teams have a great chance to make it. Lalit has had a fantastic run through the different brackets, had to go down and play in the lower rounds, of course, didn't want to be there, but this team is really talented. They are just inside as well of that top 20. This is a team definitely to keep your eyes on. They need another good game. Cronus up above finds another. Free and clear thus far here on Old Town.
Yeah, when you say just inside the top 20, if they're sitting in 17th place, 1.8 points or so, holding them inside that threshold. We know that every elimination matters, and it will come down to 1 point to decide likely the difference between advancing to regional finals or going to that purgatory of last chance qualifier. Now, except Sunny Rudy, this is a team that's going to need to rack up as many eliminations as possible, and sitting on 3 already for accept.
Yeah, I believe, again, this team, another one of those squads just barely inside top 20. We're going to be kind of watching a lot of those teams right on the edge of making it to regional finals or having to go to LCQs, because that's the name of the game. The teams at the top, Devo, OP Mark, Clown even, now potentially Team Tommy, Sitrep, those squads have likely already made regional finals with their point totals on the board. Now, things could shift up slightly, but last couple maps that we've played that we haven't broadcasted, it was 52-point cutoff. We might see somewhere closer to like a 55-point cutoff for the teams that make it. So if you're up into the 60s, you're likely free and clear, but the teams want to have good reps anyways in the last couple maps, so you'll probably still see those teams playing hard. It's just a matter of which teams will make top 20 and which teams will just barely miss out. And here we are, TBE Rudy trying to make a play here against Team 16 on the other side. That's Bling CJ, that's Nobu Spartan. Both these teams, they need this fight and they need this map. Early gunshots go through and connect. 2 players with nearly cracked plates. They've got the advantage. They're going to push on it, but completely gets swung on. Misses the push. Bad timing. Summy trying to play cleanup from up above. We lose Rudy, Tiff.
Yeah, we definitely do. Going to be sent to the gulag here, but this is make or break for Team Nobu Spartan, sitting in 27th place, 32.8 points. Bling CJ takes the chow, dumpsters onto Sunny, and hopefully they can survive the gulag. For now, though, we'll check in with some other squads hitting that rotation as we keep on moving towards the eastern side of Urzikstan. E700, Funzy, Tenix, you gotta watch out from above because those angles are horrendous.
Clutchbelt gets the knock from up above. That might have been a C4 and lobbed off the top of the building. At the very least, it was a lethal for sure, as Clutchbelt is able to grab 1 knock. Since T-Nex packing, Funzy, E700 trying to figure out what the heck to do at this point, playing underneath the bridge for a bit of cover, but still not inside of his zone too, so we're gonna have to rotate here. It looks free for the most part, and I think it's just Clutchbelt by himself, just like being a terror on the outside of zone, because really there's not much else he can do at this point. Finally, his teammates flying back in. Here go Lovey, Clutchbelt, Assault on the hunt.
Yeah, I was curious what kind of angles Funzy's going to be able to take here. It looks like he's going to zip up towards high ground. Now, granted, Assault does have the ultimate height over, so we're going to have to smoke and reposition off Assault. Lovey, Clutchbelt, they've got to have some course of action for planning on this rotate. Let's check in with them.
I'm looking over. I'm sniping over on that.
In the
Underneath. I got sniped.
No.
Fuck. I don't have stuff, but I don't know where to snipe.
He ran.
I got bunker blaster. I got bunker blaster by them.
You can probably mirror left.
I'm just dead. I died, bro. Someone just flew in on me.
That's them.
Yeah. Here's my loot. He's gonna look down here. I need to play in.
Hold on, I can try to help you on the wall. Right under me.
Right below me.
I just aim this good. 21, you're dead. I got shot in the back, man. I have self. I'm trying to get around the corner. I have self. That's my now. He's aping. Oh man, I got full kill. Just going off the building. Last good plan.
Oh man. You're good, boys. We're good. Getting thirded.
All right. Well, things went not great, Tiff. I mean, frankly, that was one of the weirder fights. They tried to chow together. They didn't really communicate all that well. Some people knew where people were and some people didn't. There's just not enough there for me. Like, we need way more comms. We need to be hyperactive to communicate where players are at. I just don't see the energy and the passion that I'm used to seeing from a guy like Clutchbelk there. Made a great 1v1 play, but unfortunately, because he was by himself in that final fight, it didn't end up mattering. E700 cleaned it up. And now that team's in a blender yet again.
OT just trying to hit that rotation, and Hixer's squad is going to move straight on in and finessing Sir Taylor, trying to anchor down, hit the full wipe. Now, granted, this is the third circle. At the beginning of this, you did just go through that fire sale, so a lot of teams were going to be looking for buy stations to grab UAVs, make sure they've got self-reses, make sure they have everything that is ready for the long haul. Well, this squad on your screen, what they need are eliminations, because when you find yourself on the cusp just outside of 20th place, time is of the essence, and it's map number 5. You only got one more chance after this, so let's make this one a big one.
Yeah, it's the fight for Manor, certainly. The map definitely pulling this direction. It looks like Clutchbelk's team able to somehow restabilize yet again, win their gooch, get back onto the map, try to get to zone. They are fighting for every inch that they can get on this map, and they continually cannot catch a break. And Bling CJ really wants this knock and this team wipe. This is going to be a huge team for him to take down, because again, Bling CJ, Nobu Spartan, Sammy, 25th going into this map, whereas Clutchbelk's team's just inside of that top 20 before. Cracks one, looks for the second, not able to get it, continuing to rain bullets down from distance, but they got to grab this LTV, they got to get into the zone.
Still 35 squads up, so we're not even into the multipliers just yet in circle 3. Now, for this squad sitting in 23rd place are 5 points outside of top 20. That's just how close things are going. But for Super Rob, Chronos Christ, let's see what we can do here. We've made it just towards the south of Bazaar. We're not the only ones, because this is Tommy's territory. You can see they're already beginning to be cleaning up Yee Boy and Lawlet, making a push straight onto those. C4 won't connect, but you have to deal with squad number 27 first.
I really like this play to not engage there. Both of those teams are wiped if that happened. Team Tommy would have cleaned it up, no problem. You also see Team 30 right around the corner, and it looks like Team 27, that team is getting out of dodge already. That's Oreo. They said, we don't like this spot. We're sandwiched. We've got to get to the next zone. Smoke it out, run through cover. There's enough cover in Bazaar to hop between the different buildings fairly easily with just a single smoke, or maybe you burn 2. And like you said before, resupplies, munitions boxes, you're going to have a ton of smokes. So a nice rotate for them to take underneath Joe Gang here. This is actually a decent spot, and they're electing to continue even further. They want this far building. They don't want to have anything to do with a big building like that main central building in Bazaar that Joe Gang's team is on top of. They want this far side that they feel like they can lock down much more effectively. I don't mind the play, and now they're by themselves, not sandwich. A great wrap that they somehow did not get punished for.
All I know is we got Team Tommy going against Team Tommy on the left side of Bazaar for now. And Teeny and Obs are just looking for any kind of opening that we can. But Vexo, Jogang, Av on your screen. Now we have to start looking of where we are going to maybe take that push. Do we decide to fight the main of Bazaar and third it? Or do we try to isolate and take out Team 27, which is going to be Oreo season and co? Because if you can clear that out, you know that third party is real. But with that update on where the zone is pulling and everyone from that low town and even farm side of things that's going to be rotating into Bazaar, you have to go ahead and deal with these threats now, whether that's the proximity mines that are going down, just any kind of resource.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team 40, Taj, this is Reflection's favorite team. They get here, what they think is early is actually incredibly late. 4 or 5 teams already set up in Bazaar, just waiting for every team that rotates in. This open space leading up to Bazaar, especially on the side that Nico Infinite's on, coming up from the river, it's so difficult to get to a real position, especially near Central Bazaar. Every team that tries to make a play thinking they're early enough is going to be dramatically punished and be sent back to the lobby. There's almost no chance of a team making it to Central Bazaar until later into the zone, where there's enough teams causing chaos that maybe you you smoke your way in. Here's Team 31, Patch trying to do a lot of the same. All teams looking at them, but then this is the other thing I was about to go to. If you over peek to try to extend on some of these rotating in teams, the teams on the other side of Bazaar are just going to shoot you in the back. So it is this kind of cat and mouse game, trying to figure out when to pick up teams in rotation, when to show your shoulder, and when to smoke out cover of the other building so you can take your shots.
Well, we're dealing with all kinds of streaks coming our way for Lovey and Clutch Belt. One has already been picked off. It's Assault from Team OP Mark that's going to be behind them. And Nobu Spartan Squad on the opposing side of the water. C4 into the mix, but we are just not going to be able to strive here because of all the open areas. But I love that Lovey dives back into the water to plate on up, but we still want to smoke and try to hit this reg onto Clutch Belt. But knowing that Team OP Mark, who's in second place, has nothing to lose because they've already pretty much granted themselves a qualification spot in the regional finals, you know that they're there, and we have to really go prone and stay out of their line of sight.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about. It's like this riverside. I don't even know where you would go. Like, I think you literally just prone out and play the berm because there's not another team coming out from this backside of ranch. Like, I don't think they're actually in a bad spot. They're in zone. They have a rock of cover, and they can just hang out here for a while if they don't over peak and get knocked. As long as team, I think that's OP Mark like you were talking about, doesn't decide to come wipe this squad, they can just hang out for a while and try to play placement. There's still 26 teams left here, Tiff, and that was actually Rumble Squad is what I'm talking about there with Team 14 on the far side.
Nobu Spartan Squad just takes out Team Exact. Now, Nobu Spartan and Co., they were sitting outside the top 20 in 23rd place, and that benchmark that they need to overcome keeps stretching. But when you're about to get into the 1.4x multiplier and Gulag is closed, every placement matters here. And for Little Mario and Clown, last alive for this squad, just trying to play any angle and outkeep Johnny Bro and Strixie to the left. They know this is going to be one of their biggest threats, but you have the remnants of Team Tommy just on the opposing side of the building. And, well, honestly, I'm PDSing. I'm trying to stay over here, but I don't see gas masks. Only Little Mario has this self. This is not going to be good for them.
Yeah, it seems like this team that's been contesting Clutch Belk from the very beginning, both teams kind of came out of that initial gunfight a bit wobbly. They had to try to restabilize, couldn't quite get all the resources they wanted, and now both teams are missing a player likely because of that. They just couldn't get their feet from underneath them. And Tiff, you called it out perfectly. I like the play here to PDS. You can just hang out for a little while, let the other teams fight. You might have a bit more of an open pathway forward after you wait out with the PDS. I think at this point, it's fifth circle. You're still gonna have a good 15, 16 seconds with that PDS out in the gas. If you don't have the gas mask though, you need to start rotating pretty quickly to make sure you make it in time before the next zone begins to move. But here we go. Back with your team. This is Omit T. She is unfortunately down, but Sir Taylor, Finessing, both still alive, and they know what they can do. Here's the play. One moving in, Finessing with a crack. Pushes forward, and it was, by the way, Sir Taylor pushing back into the gas and gets the buy on T before that buy station closes. So they now have all three up, and T can kind of play that micro UAV play where you float in the air for a little bit, try to grab live pings, and then try to fall on some loot to help out her team. But unfortunately, Finessing over peaks, gets punished for it. Back down to 2 they go.
All right. ST on your screen, C4 out. We're not gonna actually hit. We whiff hard, and T last alive. Actually elects to rotate the outer way. Now, there's a couple things that went wrong with the initial push, and I'm not even sure if we're gonna be able to withstand here. This is a squad that was outside the top 20 coming into map number 5. Now, if we can get to this shack ahead of the way and really just cover all the bases. Okay, we should be all right for now. Now, granted, our cover is blown. Everyone knows where we are. We don't have any plates, and we just need to stay out of line of sight from Extra Pairs Car 98. The rotate that they just made with Finessing and Sir Taylor taking those shots onto B-Mark and crew gave away their position and really led to their demise. So hopefully T can make it into at least the top 10, because Extra Pairs, Alexander, Finesse have found themselves so far on the outside of this zone between what the threshold is and being out of bounds, and we are just using these hills for cover.
This is a massive fight for this 4th, 5th map now. Moving into our 5th map, we're in the final 2 maps. You've got to make a move, and a lot of these teams are in contention to barely make regional finals. They've got to make a move now. You've got Team 33, Team 17 battling for position, and it is OP Mark's squad that yet again, best position, kills to boot. A team that's already made it is spoiling everybody else's chances. If you're a team at the top, you see a good team that hasn't made it yet, I'm playing spoiler. I am landing on them. I'm killing them. I'm pushing fights. You don't have to play slow here, Tiff. You can play aggressive. You sure care about winning, but you've already made regional finals. Go play spoiler. If this team sees Clutch Belt and they get a knock, if I'm this squad, I am no holds barred, full sending them, spoiling my map to win, because we don't care. We got to take out that team.
Yeah, and then you look at it and they get circle full, right? It's just feeding right into their storyline. 8th on your screen, trying to finish off the squad just ahead of them, picking up some well-needed eliminations. Shinizo's going to have to hit that self-res for the teammate if they can, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get it. We're going to have wide swing here for the full wrap onto Team B Mark. Maybe we can get a couple more eliminations, but across the way, it's just Lovey and Clutch Belk left. Their options are to keep your lines of sight open onto those 2 squads, maybe pick up some of those elims, but that rotate is going to have to go through straight onto Team OP Mart.
Yeah, Lovey and Clutch Belk have done a great job to make it to Final 5. 4 teams left. They have the 1.8. At this point, they're looking to grab a couple eliminations, potentially grab the win as well. But frankly, they needed this bad. They don't have a ton of kills. They're going to get punished. I figured they'd get wiped here by Reed Boy's team. I don't think any team even has a chance to contest OP Mark. Reed Boy is shaded. They're going to win this. All 3 alive. They've got zone pull. It's not close. But the fact that Clutch Belk's team was able to restabilize and at least make it to Final 5, get the 1.8 as B Mark gets obliterated. Look, I think Clutch Belk's team did enough, but again, the flowers handed to the hat, tipped to OP Mark. Shaded set, Reed Boy. They had position, they held it down, they got here early, they got the kills. If anybody had a question of whether or not they were competing today, yes, they're competing, and yes, they are winning, and they might win it all today. Dominating the competition, just playing the game better. That's all it is, Tiff. Very well done. Quick look back on these final couple fights. Look at their position. There's little to no chance they ever get beat at this point.
No, and they're doing such a strong job here of holding out all of the squads, denying them any chance of rotational ability. And then on top of that, they get the circle pull. Now, you start focusing on 8th there across the way, looking to really go at terrorize and get picked. Maybe they grab enough eliminations and use that multiplier that we're about to go into, because right now there's still 6 squads, which makes it 1.6. But once we see that squad fall, you move into 1.8, which is great for B Mark and J-Tech, because they held from that bizarre side of things, picked up a lot of eliminations, but we're sitting 3 deep on a hillside, Car 98s galore. This is why you could not push this squad. And something that's to be said here is that on the opposing side, Lovey and Clutch Belk, now they're really focusing on signing from Team 14 over there, just trying to get as many eliminations as they can. And despite them using smokes, doing what they can to cut off that line of sight, I don't know if they actually get that elimination. But even throughout this, one thing that Clutch Belk does is he's going to deny the squad OP marked Reed Boy and Shaded Step another elimination. He just hides out, goes out to gas, because you know if you give that to the winning team, it's essentially a 2-point elimination, because obviously the 2x multiplier is pretty fantastic. Plus this squad won map number 1.
Yeah, this is free and clear, and I gotta say, this looks like Duck Hunt, Tiff. All 3 with the Car 98. Car 98 supremacy. It wasn't close. Car 98 on top. No questions asked. When you have all 3 using the Car 98, you know it. Look at this, Tiff. We're showing it on main stage. Car 98 supreme. Shout out to Call of Duty. Look, I think a team like OP Marked, they get a lot of flack because, oh, you're win grinders, you don't get kills. When it comes to customs, they have the chemistry. Reed Boy on console doesn't matter. All 3 with Car 98s, they're just picking out ducks flying in the air, trying to rotate it and trying to have some semblance of a game, and they did it with ease. Let's take a quick look at their reaction here with our winning moment.
Hit the 4. Hit. No. Wait, what?
One more, same spot.
Careful. Don't go down.
Bro. He's dead. That guy's dead. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, 3, 1, 1. And one on the left, I think.
And left.
We're showing. We got.
Left and get right. He's like deep in there, I think. Yeah, he's
Yeah, coming out now. Dead.
Last guy left.
Yo, trick shot last.
That's a job.
16, let's go.
There we go. Get your boys.
Fuck yeah, man.
Woo! Really good. Go team.
Shit, boys.
Really good. Go team. My favorite. Yo, trick shot for last. Let me hit him. Let me hit him with a 720 no scope across the way. No, I don't know. But Des, man, I want to hear your thoughts, especially with a team running all Car 98. You love to see it?
Yeah, man, if you're on the other end, you don't, okay? You don't like to see that, right? Because you're just getting absolutely beamed, especially in an end zone like that that's just so wide open. To give credit to OP Marked, Reed Boy, and Shaded, that's their second win of the day. They started off the day with the big win with 12 eliminations, and they just got one for 16. That makes 28 elims from their 2 winning games alone, putting them in a very comfortable spot up at the top, if not the top team, plus top 20 without question. Incredible day from those guys, and I gotta say, I'm very happy for them. Let's talk about a dream, though. Assault off the rip, right? He goes into the ghoulie. He's got to recover. Does he end up recovering? What ends up going on with those guys?
Yeah, when during that listen, and that was a little bit questionable, you guys, right? Like, we had saw them having high key positioning on a building, and I pushed down. I believe that was like EA 700 in his squad, and I think Goach had called it, like, the comms, like, what happened? Because it was like, you guys had this, right? Another squad you could have wiped, but Assault winning his goo, right? Even though Lovey and Clutch Belk were down, Assault won his gulag. That was able to at least carrying him on to that late game. So points every second is key, but even being close to that bubble in that 15th to 20th spot, that has just got to give them a momentum to just close this out here.
I hope so, right, Dan? We're getting to the very end. The teams that are on the bubble, we'd even consider, 15th place being in that spot. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for some, but for those who were on the edge are now performing well. Let's talk about Clutch Belk and his crew, right? The 15th place, and they have a heck of a game.
Yeah, we've been seeing teams kind of flip-flop all day long, right? You can have one solid game, but if the games on the back are not great, well, you can find yourself sliding down that leaderboard. So a game like that, even though they are in 15th, they're in that top 20 position already, it's kind of just that nail in the coffin. It gives them the kind of bump that they need to say, okay, probably going here into game number 6, we're probably feeling pretty good about being in that top 20. Or, you can say, okay, even if our game 6 is terrible, we can still feel at least we'll be top 20, right? So you love having those spots where even if you already are feeling pretty confident in your positioning, that just kind of create a nice little buffer zone. You can play a little bit more relaxed in game number 6, and you're not putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
Pressure, though, is key, I think, to create diamonds, right? And some diamonds are being made. We take a look at the replays, and we see so many moments that ended up taking place and happening where it was like, wow, I'm so impressed. And a good example of that is actually towards the tail end, and I'm looking at Dream. T staying alive long enough to secure a top 8, which is miraculous given the fact that they need all the points they can get. But top 8 by yourself in an open zone like that with cars looking directly at you, I mean, it had to be nerve-wracking.
Almost definitely, and a lot of pressure of that was on Finessen, who was getting a lot of clutch car snipes and able to be recovered in such an open zone. It is so annoying, but that's what we were talking about. You have to have utilities. You have to have smokes or some way to be able to rotate out in these open positions. But as you see, a lot of teams were getting punished even. But for STT and Finessen, that was a great recovery to propel them up on that leaderboard.
Some teams such as Sammy and Co, choosing to play that edge role, the gatekeepers. I'm a big fan of that play style, Dandro, but it does bring its own risk, right? You never know what you're going to run into, especially like, let's say you're playing edge and you've got to go into city. You've already got the high tops, right, locked down. It makes things a bit awkward, but the cars are ringing true. And man, I'm telling you, its addition to the game has truly changed the way I think some fights are taken.
And this is a great example of what you're seeing on your screen right here. This was a huge fight for OP Mark to win that ultimately snowballs into what allows them to grab the rest of this lobby. A little bit of a drive-by there from from that breacher drone, but they were kind of sitting on top, and it was an opening and fly-in on Alexander Finesse and extra pairs that gives them this little bit of a grassy knoll to just look at the rest of the lobby and bring it on down. It was something I noted with this kind of wide open, flat end game zone. Patience will be your winning moment, and for them, it was great. They just kind of hung out. They take that one fight, and it just opens up the rest of the map for them to clutch it on up at the end of the day. 16 total eliminations, another 32-point game. Really, really fantastic stuff from these three. You even heard it at the end there where they're saying, hey, let's hit a trick shot for the last one. Like,
right?
They're feeling great. They definitely are going into this game number 6. They're just trying to have some fun.
First place though, right? And they are having fun and they're enjoying themselves. A total of 60 eliminations across 5 games. I would call that impressive for VonBot, still holding on tight to the second place spot. Tommy just below that. And we talked about Assault being in 15th place at the beginning, Dream. Well, hey, they go into game 5, have good success. Now they're in 9th.
Yeah, most definitely. But I mean, taking a look at that list on the top teams, I mean, where's the Dream Team? Where's IQ, Erase, and Dez? Where is Super Rob, Lawlet, and Kronos? And as you see, 19th place. I mean, Lawlet was that player, right? Super grateful to be here, but a console player who was, what, top elimination leaderboard with 35 kills. So maybe just in that, this is the last drop, right? Last drop, and on that bubble, you hope to see it from them that they can qualify.
Last chance, and this is where things start to get a little bit dicey. If you're looking at 21st, right, HPOT, Patch & Co. sitting with a total of 42.6. Not a big gap between them and then breaking into top 20, which is at 46. But 4 points, you never know what that's going to bring. And, you know, for a lot of them, I see IQ down there in 30th place too, right? Can't be happy with that performance, but it is what it is. Still at 33.8. The chance to break into top 20 is 100% there, in my opinion, from 21st all the way down into 30th. It's gonna, but you got to get busy now. This is where it all comes down to. And if you're one of the bottom 8 teams, your World Series of Warzone tournament life is on the line. It is time to get to work, at least break in to the point where you're 31 and above. Let's bring in our casters once again for the final game of the day, game number 6. It comes down to this: will you be in the bottom 8 or will you be in the top 20? Let's find out. Spider Tiff Goes, take it away.
All right, let's do this. We've got a lot on the line for map number 6, and currently that is Team Alexander in 33rd place with 30.2 points. And the large majority of these teams separated by mere decimal points. Like, I'm talking the smallest fraction of numbers that are going to determine whether you make it into that last chance qualifier or your World Series of Warzone journey is done. And when you start to think about the global finals, I mean, there's $1 million on the line. Set yourself up for a chance to get even closer to compete for that amount.
Yeah, Tiff, I love that you called that out because I am shaking in my boots. I love this IQ, Arrays, Desmond team. I know the desk has shouted them out, Dream Crazy in particular. We all love this squad. They're in 30th, Tiff. This is no longer a question of, oh, they might make it, which they certainly still could. If they have a banger map, they could get top 20. But now it's the question, do they make LCQs? 32nd, you make it. 33rd, you don't. Tiff, it's time for the last map of the day. Let's see our teams drop in.
And here we go, our players jumping out of the plane. We've had since the dawn of time that Zaravan City top construction contest. But for some of our squads that are just on the cusp of keeping alive in World Series of Warzone, teams like DSAP, who won map number 2 with that stadium-esque style ending in City, they are sitting on the threshold in 29th place with 34 points. Green Does on your screen, and 31, just barely safe by just 2 points.
Yeah, this is so tight. We have so many teams we need to watch because there's so many different ways teams could fall from graces or rise to the occasion. So much could happen. I've got to say, though, this team on your screen, Team Clutch Belt, as scrappy as it's been, I think they're now top 10. You can likely say they've made it at this point. So we'll continue to watch this hot drop because it's been such a fun storyline for us. But I believe this team has done what they needed to do against all odds, frankly. Like, not a great day in the office, but they've made it work at the end of the day by just being as scrappy as humanly possible. They have a will and they have a way, and I think they've done it for the most part. So shout out to that squad. They'll at least be moving on to regional finals and maybe can piece it together and have a bit more success then. But here's that squad. Here's another squad right in contention, right inside or outside the top 20. They're right there on the line. And yet again, contested off drop, but it's not as hot. Two teams nearby each other, looting up. Dame different, a team that got the call, the flip phone flipped. They opened up the ringer, and World Series of Warzone said, hey, you got to play in 30 minutes. A team dropped, and they said, bet. They still have a lot of work to do on this leaderboard as well. So many fun storylines to talk about.
There really is. And for this squad on your screen, electing to pursue the most wanted contract to get their funds up. And well, that explains why you've got Team Dame different making a push here. But can we isolate here in the stairway? Good use of the trophy system to fend off against any lethals that may come their way. But Team 23, they are just working on what that pinch is going to look like. Zols already has made it towards the rooftop, looking for angles. And you know, you're not going to be the only one rolling up on a squad that's got a most wanted. And if that's going to be Team Hunticity, you know they like to get aggressive early, and look at that kill feed. It is lighting up. Sorry, Team Dame different.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna say the same thing. Third parties galore. It doesn't even matter if the third party came in. Dame different in trouble. There's a team at the top, the team seeded first at least, making a play. And uh-oh, Desmond, IQ, Arrays. We told them to wake up, and here they are taking out the team at the top. OP Mark squad fully eliminated. Shaded Step actually last player left alive. Desmond by himself, aggressively pinging, aggressively calling for it, and they get the trades. Well done. There's the wipe. I'm impressed. They got to do this another 8 more times and they're gonna be there, Tiff. It's certainly possible. If you don't get wiped early, there's just this ease at which getting your loadout, having all the resources, not even to spin those early, being able to go to the gulag later and collect some kills and not be worried. Like, this is a huge start for them, and hopefully that momentum will carry them in to a better map this time around for the last one.
Yeah, and they were in a position where one full squad wipe would put them comfortably above the rest of the bubble teams around that 32nd place. Now, granted, you can just, you're right, do it a few more times, because if you go out now, unfortunately, will not be to your liking. I'd hate to sit there and wait, especially when this is the final game. Sway on your screen, though, exercising a lot of patience here for Casper, Schween, just ahead of them. That was the squad that had already completed that most wanted contract, but they haven't left the stairway because obviously we are terrified of the teams on the outside.
Yeah, Team Hunticity, this team is currently in 12th place right now, 55.6 total points. So just past that metric we assume is going to be the cutoff. It's not necessarily going to be exactly 52, but it'll be very close at the end of this map. And they're about 55, so they need some points here. They would love to get a team wipe here, get a decent map on the board. They don't need anything crazy, just something fairly standard. So they're not going to risk it by taking a low percentage gunfight. They're going to try to catch this team unaware, get a knock, then make a play. Slow and steady wins the race. You're going to see a lot of that kind of standoff 3v3 fights happening. Once you grab the knock, though, no holds barred, make a move. Ave finds one. Vonbot in trouble, but answering back, it's Shero Devo trading out there as Ave gets into the gulag, and it looks like that's actually a full wipe on Team Joe Gang, and only one to boot back the other way. So overall a win for Team Vonbot. And well, they get a chance for a bit of revenge here as Devo's in the gulag, and wow, not close. Devo tries to maybe just prone out and get the long angle, and apparently pays off.
Sometimes you just got to be patient. Now this squad sitting in 17th place overall. Only 4.4 points, keeping them inside the top 20. Joe, you're gonna have to win this. We cannot let our World Series of Warzone to chance with that last chance qualifier. Lethal's going out, trying to connect with Zep on the opposing side, but we're just looking for angles, and we push it, and Zep just waits and takes the angle, cleans up. Let's see if Ave has any better luck here with Strixie on the other side.
This could be for the life of the tournament on the line. Both teammates have lost. This is a must-win gulag for Ave. Pushes the equation. Trade out a couple shots back and forth.
Oh no.
Ave finds the angle and wins it. Ave, you're not done yet. That was a close one, Tiff. If Ave loses that gunfight, Joe Gang's team would be wiped in the final lobby. And this team is currently in 17th place. Tiff, if you lose that gulag there, if Ave loses it, they likely don't make regional finals. They still have a chance because of that one singular fight.
Too close for comfort, but now we jump on board with Clutch Belk, the squad that's in 9th place. Now, that should be enough, but Little Mario, you know, it's leaving the contest at construction now at this point. It's getting personal. And Little Mario is like, no, no, no. Enjoy the gulag. If we haven't already sent you there, we're just going to send you out of the lobby. But get picked, terrorize Oreo on your screen. Lowtown, always a point of interest where a lot of our teams that are rotating find themselves dealing with. But Baller, squad number 18, is going to be done and dusted. More eliminations for this squad. And you start to think, where are they on the leaderboard? Are they safe? Are they doing enough to make sure that we can bypass that last chance qualifier?
Tiff, a lot of these early fights, they're about sending a message. You want to contest us on drop? We might see you in another stage of the competition. You might think twice about it if we win 9 times out of 10. We've got to send that message that, hey, construction site, top of city, yeah, that's ours, not yours. No matter what happens in the next stage of the competition, be ready for a lot more of this. It is all about sending a message. We've got a lot more Warzone to be played in the days later in this week. But right now, the final map, second circle closing. Some of these players are staring at relegation down to LCQs. Some of these players staring at maybe their living room as they might be done in World Series of Warzone after a rigorous qualifier series. It's gonna be close, but Ripper is gonna try to get any information he can on Team Tommy. That's Obs going down there. Tommy's squad, quiet on main stage, but on the leaderboard, not quite at all. Seemingly things have worked out for them. Second place overall, leading Team Devo by about a point, 1.2 points to be specific. Second place right behind OP Mark's squad. Great to see them putting all of those pieces back together again, because at the beginning of this competition, Tiff, we were a bit worried about that squad. And, well, again, never count Tommy out. Top of the leaderboard and top of the earnings.
They've definitely been finding eliminations throughout their games, despite not making it necessarily into the top 2 for placements in general for maps. But a squad that needs to go the distance is going to be the one on your screen. This is the benchmark. They are in 20th place with 46 points. Now, they just have to hold on to it. And with this lobby going to be the utter chaotic mess that it is, anything can happen. Vonbot Devo push over here. Gabo Tiero here trying to hold angles and just get snuffed out, honestly.
Shiro, Vonbot Devo on a tear. Again, third place, but only down on Team Tommy by about a point. They are having fun with this lobby, apparently. Asking about more competition after the fact, with some scrims maybe to prepare for regional finals. We will certainly see them at 95 points. They drop a 0. They are definitely still top 20. As a reminder, you're looking for top 20 to make regional finals, which will be later this week. You're looking for top 32 to 21st. That's your cutoff to make LCQs. Nobu Spartans, though, going down. This team in 20th might be relegated to LCQs if they go down, but Sammy says, not without a punch. Hunticity answers back in the trades. I believe they still have Gulag, but they are out of this lobby currently. That team, Nobu Spartan squad, Tiff, like you said, 20th place. If they get full wiped early, we know they don't make it. If they don't get full wiped early, we make it to in-game, we know they likely make it. It's that close. It is all comes down to this map.
Yeah, that is tough. You do not want to head to the last chance qualifier if you can prevent it. But for Super Rob, Chronos Christ, Lawlet on your screen, a squad that needs to perform well also. But for Lawlet, they've got a squad just on the opposing side. Let's jump into a listen and see how they're going to handle it.
Vamos a agarrar un pick primero y eso ya una easy kill, no.
No tengo C4, ¿no?
Usa el drone y marquen a dónde están. Y el que vemos más separado, le vamos con humo. No podemos estar aguantando tanto. No, pégatele, por si salen, pégatele a él. Pégatele a él.
Hay uno ahí. Los otros dos están para acá. Ahí, están los tres junticos. ¿En el open?
Ok, arriba de mí no hay nadie entonces.
No, arriba de ti no hay nadie.
Ya me vio.
Trophy todavía ellos ahí, loco. Saliendo en el open. ¿Aquí? Loco, ¿y si no vamos en el carro, loco, ahora? Echa para carro. Vámonos por abajo, diablo, pío. Ven, vámonos por abajo. Esos panas, loco, esa rotación está fucked up con esos panas ahí. ¿Cuántos humos le quedan? Tengo 0. 2, 4.
Yo tiré.
Voy a tirar un Volcan Buzzer de este lado, dale. Espérame. Dale, avanza. Yo tumbé uno, anyway.
Oh my god, ¿cuánto
Vamos a coger el globo, loco. O no. Para por el globo.
Oh shit. Tira humo. Tenemos que ir a la derecha cross.
Ya no tengo mano. Vamos a aprovechar. No veo nadie, loco. No veo nadie. Avancen conmigo.
Man, Tiff, I'm annoyed that I'm a dumb American. They are speaking great Spanish and the comms sound fantastic. This team is from the Dominican Republic. They're a really strong team and everything is very, very clean. You can hear a singular IGL, but then those small talk comms are coming in consistently to communicate information. It sounded great. I need to take more Spanish classes.
Better hit up that Duolingo, buddy. Get your streak up, especially when you've got global LAN finals and you're going to have teams represented from all around the world. You know, to be fair, we get to see EMEA later on, but there's some French squads that have been absolutely dominating and will be waiting in regional finals. Can't wait to touch base with them. But for now, 10x E700 Funzy on your screen, still trying to earn their ticket into the regional finals. Top 20 would be a must. And now into the top 31, we're just mere placements away from that 1.2x multiplier.
Yeah, a team that, well, a lot of folks expected more from. You can see Team 36 Time staring down the barrel at Array's IQ Desmond. Both of these teams need sizable amount of points this map to make sure that they can qualify for regional finals. Both teams backs against the wall. Both teams on an island, literally, here on the map and in-game, trying to do everything they can to just play their game, play together. I've just got to assume that comms consistently the last several maps is, we know we can do this. We know we're a good team. We got to play together. We got to have clearer comms. Like, all of those types of communications have happened to make regional finals. And I'm sure there's a lot of fear, anxiety in that, but also confidence. They know they are good players. They've just got to put it together. So we'll see if IQ can maybe grab a knock here that could open up a window of opportunity. Frankly, Team Time has a much better position at this point. They're inside cover. They're inside zone. Desmond really doesn't have to worry about anybody else besides the team right in front of them.
Yeah, if only we had some other type of streaks to try and work with. But let's check in with Greendo's, Yeeboy, and Freddy. Another squad that was on the cusp, currently in 30th place overall, and only a few points separating them from completely ending their World Series of Warzone journey. And Greendo's on 3 eliminations. Now, you think about it, we've seen them in endgame quite frequently. My only issue is they really weren't putting up a lot of numbers to let that multiplier do the work. And if we're this far south already, you've got a good read on where that zone will be going. Just make sure we clean up and gatekeep some of these squads. Clown trying to get out of the way, but Dez, IQ, Array, they need every elimination they can get. And if we're gonna go for this, let's clean out the south side.
Yeah, the comms came in quickly. They were kind of lurking back over here, and then I think it was Arrays right around the corner that said, they're moving, and they tried to make a play to get a snipe. Then they saw that they rotated, and so IQ, Arrays, Desmond, they're going to take a wide wrap around this other area. It looks like they don't know that every team's fully out of here, or at least they're just biding their time. They saw the team rotate out. They got to assume that that's it. But they're being as careful as they possibly can. They could have picked up some of these third parties. They're going to smoke it out and grab cover because they think there might still be a team there. I thought they spotted them all, but maybe they're just slightly unaware that it was the full team that rotated, and the third is actually deeper, getting wiped. You saw that squad over there on the far right-hand side get wiped as well. So they're just checking other corners. They're being as clear as possible. But Funzy making a massive route play to a PDS in zone, trying to chase down A potentially and get to the buy station, gets it off, and now in a 1v1 grabs that knock as well. Funzy, a monster play for a kill, a PDS, and a double buyback. Very well done.
Huge, but also sheer chaos in the kill feed. Not only that, but Team Lightspire was that team that was bicing all kinds of damage, what you were talking about, and they were in 34th place. IQ, they were running into some issues here, running into Team Hunticity on the opposing side, but we still have that regain that came through. All of them up for now. Des, no shields, were just resulting to jumping into the water and trying to use these loadouts for cover. The smokes will help, but Sway, he's just gonna jump right in. Pursuit is on the way, and E700, they've already elected to land over here and try to play the long haul. People are asking for a water zone, and well, we're getting a good look at a portion of it.
Look, unfortunately, Desmond's out. He's one of those players that made a massive play in the water during LCQs, but can't get it done. Too many teams hunting them, looking down sights. Arrays, IQ, Desmond out. They did make top 15. They got the 1.4x multiplier by making top 20. They had a couple kills. I don't know if it's enough. It's definitely not enough to push them to regional finals. I don't know if it's enough to keep them in contention for LCQs. It might have been. We could see that team make another play in LCQs, and Desmond could make a monster play in LCQs to make regional finals, but not a great day for them. But we move on because there are a lot more teams in contention. We are down to the final 11 teams. This is the lowest amount of players we have ever seen with the 6 circle closing. It's not even close, Tim.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the aggressive nature, these lobbies are going to start getting chewed apart faster, and Greendos is a team that needs to be in this end game. Now, mind you, we are just 2 positions outside of advancing onto the regional finals and into the top 10. We get that 1.6x multiplier. We still have streaks and 36 team squad. Time, Ripper and Co. looking to hit that rotate around, but Ye-Boy Freddy, they read it like a book, and now we can focus on the end game, grab those eliminations. Is that enough to put us into the top 20? I can only hope so, and 1 position away from that 1.8x.
Yeah, Ripper's team was just barely inside top 20, but they made top 10. They're into that 1.6x multiplier. We're staring down the barrel of the 1.8x. This will be massive for Greendos. They might have done enough, but they're not going to take any chances. T-Nex, another squad right in contention, has just been lurking in the water trying to get top 5. They've got to do this. T-Nex staying alive as a solo to get to top 5, doing everything in his power. This is what you have to do. Rat it out as long as you can. Let these other teams fight each other, because you've got to make the 1.8x to get those kills to count for more. Zepanix going big here. Scythe, big man. This team's been doing pretty solid all day today and have a chance to do it again. About to make top 5 as well.
Here's the deal, though. There's still a squad in the circle that is almost in a must-win situation. They're in 37th place overall, and I'm talking about the Bunny guy. I saw Yakash grab an elimination, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to do enough to get 12 more points. But PDSs are starting to come out. Greendos has not been picked back up. B-Mark's team is across the way, and then you even got still the remnants of E700, 10x over there. But you can see Team 29. That's the squad. Keep your eyes on it. They have to stay alive here, and they take down Scythe. They take down Zephanox. Bunny guy gets tossed back, and Yakash needs to stay alive. Now, this is the World Series of Warzone dreams on the back of Yakash.
They've made it to top 5. They have the 1.8 with the C4 from Toff over the wall like a frisbee, blows them up, and we're down to the final 4 teams. We don't know if it's enough to make LCQs. It's gonna be close. Zephanox goes big, swings around, looks for it in a vehicle, slams him in the face. Is that little Mario? No, it's not last stage. It's Scro coming in. Team 31, Slide, Tough, Pack, match all three up and with the vehicle make this a numbers game, it's not gonna be close. Zone position, player advantage, high ground, they have everything, Tiff, and it's just a matter of moments. Team Tough grabbed the victory in the final map of the day, and it's on the back of an LTV, making the advantage go their direction. What an incredible finish to the final map of the day.
Way to cut it close for this roster, because they were just on the bubble of deciding whether they went to Purgatory Last Chance Qualifier or if they advance on to regional finals. And coming in clutch in game number 6 is what you need to do. And you can see they have that LTV. They're using it for cover here on the open. Well, Scrope decides, I'm getting in the LTV. I'm going to full send it. But it's Slide who also has one to use as well, and maybe picks up an elimination. Yee-Boy on the opposing side just trying to bide their time. But it's Big Man who opens things up. Slide bumps back into it, hits Eye Patch, which that's unfortunate because this is crazy. Get Zep. My man's going rogue.
What on earth? Look, I thought it was Team 31 because they had the LTV for cover like you called out. I thought it was Tough that made the move with the LTV, but no, it was a totally different squad doing the same that just goes rogue, splats the rest of the squads, and essentially hands the victory over for Team Tough. This is a ridiculous end to the final game of our lower bracket round 2. I cannot wait. If we get a chance to look back at that victory moment, I cannot wait for the comms because that was pure, utter chaos at the end. And as per usual with in zones, Tiff, when there's no cover, when there's nothing else for you to do, if you have a vehicle for cover, it is a gigantic boon. Whether you use it to run over the rest of the competition or just simply hold out in the final moments, using that cover, letting the other teams fight each other, and then grabbing the win with all of your advantages to boot.
And can we just talk about Codcaster really quick? Because we get to get that free cam shot of the LTV, just picking up elimination after elimination. But all said and done, that was 6 games done and dusted. We have to see who is going to be advancing onto the Last Chance Qualifier and who's going to regional finals. So let's get that desk back in here.
Wow, what a day it was, right? Blistering fast, good action all around. That game 6 was incredible, and I loved, right, Dream, come on. Like, game 6, you would expect to be a little bit slower. You got tournament lives on the line. You know, if you're outside top 20, it's like, ooh, I'm a little bit nervous, right? But no, it was quite the opposite. We lost about everyone by zone 6. It was so fast, my head was spinning. Why do you think it was so quick? Did the top 20 who knew they were top 20, were they just like, let's have some fun and just go out because it doesn't matter, we've already qualified anyways, let's wipe out everyone's hopes and dreams?
That's exactly what happened, right? We saw way more aggression, and I was like, "Whoa! Like teams are going down fast." Like I think it was like one of the calls that was made. Holy, like we're bound in 6 zone, and like there's literally the least amount of teams that we've had all tournament. So you've seen a lot of those back half teams. Even shout out to Green Does, who was we called them out, right? A lot of those teams that thrive in those aggressive moments, you saw them shine out, and they picked up a lot of eliminations at the end there. So just curious if they secured a spot.
I am curious. We go to our replays, Dandro, and I know one of the points that at least I started taking note of was IQ starts off and gets some big eliminations. They needed that because they were in 30th place off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything I know about these 3, they are built under pressure, right? Long-standing competitors. Obviously, we saw Dez last year in that final LCQ game alongside Crowder and Nico Infinite. Just when all of the pressure is on you, that fantastic Doc endgame, they were able to come out on top. But hey, flash forward a year, they are here now. And with their backs against the wall, when it comes down to the end game, guess what? They have to come online and they have to go big. So I'm not surprised that they're just playing with confidence. They're playing, they want to make sure that they can win these gunfights and come out on top. I really love to see them turn it up. I hope that this game was enough for them to at least make it into the LCQ, but I'm really crossing my fingers that they were able to find enough points to crack into that top 20.
That's the question, isn't it? Was it enough? Because again, 30th place. I saw Nobu Spartan there tearing it up for a little bit. It's another team that was on the bubble, Dream, who was trying to, they were already in 20th place, but they needed a little bit more just to be safe.
Yeah, but another team that was playing it safe though, right, was E700 and Fudzy, who had a crazy wipe and then a double res, right? So a lot of these teams that I love to see that separates from a good team to, well, not saying a not so good team, but what makes a better team is being able to come out on top in those crazy moments. And all day having different winners for each drop, we got that action every single zone, every single second.
Every single zone and second. We start getting to the end here, Dandro, right? The final zones of the final game, right? Drop number 6, and Greendos is alive and well. This is one of Dream's, you know, dream teams, right? The underdogs trying to make something happen, and well, they definitely did. They don't win, but my goodness, they got close.
Yeah, I kind of love their positioning right here at the edge of the zone. You're kind of just playing in a lot of these nooks and crannies, and it really was kind of their success, right? They're able to weave in and out of it, find a lot of eliminations. But one thing I want to note is this LTV play from our winners. This is something that we've seen across Warzone sort of customs in the last month or so. Teams being able to use this LTV, it can absolutely just absorb bullets. But when you have a wide open end zone like this, you can use it as really just this mobile cover. Like, even if it does explode, it doesn't matter. This thing is huge and you can't shoot through it. I love that Goj brought it on up because it really was. It felt like Slide just kind of delivered it to them as a last little second present, last game of the day. Gave them exactly what they needed to come out on top. Scroat, Top, and Patch able to take game number 6. Definitely going to be feeling good on that leaderboard.
Without question, a trio that's relatively unknown, you would have to say, at least according to myself, but making a big name for themselves when it comes to the World Series of Warzone. A massive win. The question is, was it enough to secure top 20, right? Where they want to be, at least not be in the bottom 8. And I'm pretty sure with that win, they should not be in the bottom 8, unless they just didn't play the other 5 games and just all of a sudden decided to play game 6, which would be very impressive. They only play 1 game and get a victory, but hey, I don't think that's what happened. Either way, a great day it was. Let's start going through all 6 drops and recapping who ended up taking them. We started off in drop number 1, and it was lightning fast. In fact, I was astounded at how quick it was. We talked about those rotations, Dandro, from low town to military. Of course, we saw a lot of action from Clown, Lil Mario, right? We saw T coming in and going big with some big PDS plays, but ultimately the last one standing ended up being Shaded, Reboy, and OP Marked.
Yeah, it came down to this play sort of at the end by Shaded Step to, he actually gets the buy off onto Readboy, and I think Readboy gives him a ton of information on where a lot of the remaining teams in the zone are, and he's able just to kind of play behind this barricade, pop up here and there, find a quick 1 or 2 piece and drop back down, and it doesn't come down until the final end zone where he's able to pop back on up and basically be the third party in the final moments of the map in order to take this one on home. It was felt like some players kicked off the day playing hyper aggressive, other players were playing very, very passive and very safe. So it was really cool to see in this map number 1 the just different sort of play styles that we saw.
Well, Dreamin' map number 2, we ended up obviously seeing quite a bit go down again. Clown, Lamario, like they were frying at the beginning, as they typically do. They were a major storyline early on. We noticed a big top 5 from your underdog team of Ready & Co., right? Greendos, who ended up placing top 5. Big water plays. It gave us a little bit of everything. But ultimately, right, with that zone pool, teams had to take some big gambles. And one of those teams was Vonbot & Co., who ended up taking it all.
Yeah, the early key positioning was the factor here, and I mean, for that, with the recoveries that Devo has had all day, even for the squad, and Vonbot with his early picks with the car, we noticed a shift too from drop 1 even to drop 2, like more cars, more use of actions, more openness, right? So the adjustability on the fly from this squad, Devo, Vonbot, and Cheryl were able to do that and just at least set the bar super high, right? And just to be able to coast throughout the tournament.
Love that high ground they had. They flew right in on Freddy and Greendos. Rest in peace. I know that's your team, but they ended up getting taken down. There was just too much momentum from the trio of Devo, Vonbot, and Shero as they finished off the last and secured the drop number 2 victory. Game number 3 brought in a trio that was relatively unknown. I'm talking about Collapse, Jaren, and D-Sav. Very proud of the boys. D-Sav, obviously, you know, if you guys don't know, a Navy veteran. Nice to see him competing. I love that he's representing the armed forces. But map 3, Dandro, gave us quite a bit, and one of those things was Clutch Belt, Assault, and Lovey getting a top 4 finish for the first time.
Yeah, this is a squad that was definitely struggling a little bit. We saw that they were going to contest an off drop in this downtown. Well, finally, we get a somewhat central zone. And even though I believe they do get contested in this game again, they're able to claw it back from the clutches of defeat. They come back on in to make this very, very deep run. But one thing that was kind of to know here, we knew this was going to be a downtown zone starting at about zone 3. So we saw some of these teams prioritize height. Other teams really wanted to stick to that low ground and play on the outside of those buildings. And it seemed to be like some of the teams who maybe made some of these late rotations really came out on top. You can see Crafty here playing alongside this outside zone and was able to kind of get a nice quick pickup, but it was going to be, of course, our winning team, Colats, Jared, and DSAV, who at the end, just with a little bit of patience, clean up the rest of the lobby, take home game number 3.
And game number 4, it was a fun one, right? This is where we saw the pace pick up again after that game number 3 where things started to slow down a bit. Zones, though, were not friendly, Dream, to some of the teams, right? The zones are pulling wildly, and it was a tough game, or at least a tough start for Von Bot and his team. They were affected very early on. They had to recover, and they ultimately ended up doing so. But the team who ended up standing the test of times was SitRep Exact and Sneely taking the victory.
Yeah, having that early setup too, and such an awesome spot over by the generator, but having the snipers in the car and just positioning again, as well as all of them listening to Dandro. What a time to be alive. But as we take a look at drop number 5, OP Mark Reboy and Shaded Step, who did take this dub. And my goodness, when you have 3 cars looking at you, how annoying is that? But ready for the moments that they are with little to no practice, I'm hearing. They've got to be feeling good.
Have to be, right, Danjo? This ending zone was just, I feel bad for everyone who had to go against their cars.
Yeah, I mean, they just did a great job kind of holding down this position, and it gave them sight over the entire rest of the zone to be able to bring it on through and take their second game of the day. Notably, we had Reboy saying, hey, let me hit a trick shot for this last one. But game number 6, it's where backs against the wall. Some of these players are trying to keep their World Series of Warzone life on the line, and this is where it made to happen. We had Slided and LTV roaming around this final zone, who was just doing some great things. You see, just trying to hit and splat everyone. Nice little hit onto Zephanox there, but inevitably just gives a little bit of mobile cover to Scro and Toph at the end of the day, who are just holding this nice little head glitch here. The snakes are in, and that brings them to their victory of game number 6. But with that, Taylor, let's take a look at this overall leaderboard, because I am excited to see who is making it on in.
Well, there it is, right? First place, Fonbot Devo. Cheryl will take it over the likes of Readboy, OP Marked, and Shaded Step, who dominated today, but not enough to dethrone first place of Devo and Co. Tommy also up there. Lil Mario, Fried, Cloud, right? So dominant throughout the entire day. Very impressive to see how well they ended up doing. And are there some surprise names top 10 for you, Dream?
Well, in the top 10 right now, I wouldn't say it as a surprise, but congratulations, Team Swish'em, for at least bumping up their scoreline, but not here. Yes. Of course, again, it is Team IQ Arrays and Dez. So kind of some of the issues that we've seen them coasting through that lower round 1, but where is the IGL-ness maybe kind of questioning what they can do there, but still taking a look at this next set of teams here, just to be expected. Back in the 15th spot, though, is Team Clutch Belk, so having a little bit of drop-off. Definitely have to make adjustments for Wednesday.
Oh, but this was the cutoff point, wasn't it, Dandro? Who ended up barely making it in, and who made it in that you were like, all right, they finally did it?
Dude, hey, I called them out. They turned on the gas and they are ready to go. Team SitRep making their way up to 11. I love that. Taking game number 4. Obviously, games 5 and 6 were feeling great to them. Like you said, Clutch Belk, I'm glad to see they're in here. I'm glad that we have Super Rob in here as well. A couple of these teams who, you know, maybe coming into the day we wouldn't have been rooting for, but by the end of here, I love the team sort of chemistry. I love the team play that they have going on, and I love that they were able to come out on top. But coming down in here into, of course, out of that team 20th, we have our teams looking to get into the LCQ, and I'm looking at some names here that I think when it comes to that LCQ, you might be surprised to see them in there.
Ooh,
So Quay and Taj, they do make it to the LCQ. Happy to see them still progressing. Finesse and also in 21st, just that bubble team. Finesse and Sir Taylor did everything they possibly could to break into top 20, but Dream, they just fell a bit short.
Yeah, Team Almighty too with Baba Hoff Future, and that's a kind of a shocker to me as well. But still, at least for Team IQ, they did in fact make that LCQ. So barely. Obviously, there's some adjustments to be made, but these guys have been playing way too long, I feel like. But one team that you don't see on this list that did bump up from that last game, in fact, again, was Team Green Doze. So just again with those guys, how passionate they were and the adjustments that they needed to make, it really came down to Green Doze and his IGL skills. So I love to see that from them. And I mean, passion, right? That's what Call of Duty is about, you guys.
A lot of passion, isn't it? I mean, that's kind of what leads this industry and esports in general is passion. It's all passion based. Plus, you know, money does help a little bit, especially if you make it the global finals, $300,000 for first. But anyways, you know, 20 teams getting paid out $1 million on the line. Truly remarkable. And to crown yourself as champion on that global stage is going to be a special experience. And we haven't even started a lot of the main storylines from the last global finals and the roster changes. And I'm looking at Sage, right, and the new team, you know, obviously moving up, but I'm loving it. The competition so far is great. Dandro, I think for me today, what I enjoyed the most was teams not backing down, and that is representative from game number 6 with how fast it was. Even though tournament lives were on the line, even though this is a high-pressure tournament, despite us being very early still in the World Series of Warzone, you know, kind of run and, you know, sprint to global finals, like, I was very impressed with how hard teams were going today.
Listen, you have to go hard is the thing, Taylor, right? Because when we look at regional finals, when we look at those top 20 teams from the upper bracket side, that lobby is going to be easily the sweatiest lobby you have ever played. And the skill is insane. If you're one of these teams who made it to LCQ here today, that's the other thing I'm going to kind of be keeping my mind on is that, like, okay, you had this lobby here today, which maybe a lot of the community is saying, hey, maybe this wasn't as strong as some of the other sort of portions of the World Series of Warzone. Once you get to the LCQ, like, that's when you really have to turn up as well. So, you know, it's not just enough here today to feel like, okay, yeah, we played really well here today. You have to be playing well in these next kind of couple of portions because the lobbies are only to increase in skill as we get deeper into this sort of flow chart as we march towards global finals. So for some of our teams here today, if you played well, hey, that's great. But have your sights on the horizon, figure out, hit the VOD review, what can you do to get better because your competition is definitely doing the same against you.
Without a doubt, right? Especially today, those who already made the finals, they're kind of kicking back and they're, you know, they're chilling out. They're thinking to ourselves, wow, we just saw everything you guys are going to be bringing. But I do want to say, and shout out specifically number 2, OP marked, Reed Boy, and Shaded. They, at least in the previous tournament leading up to this point, they finished off in 37th place. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, only 22 total points from that qualifier. So to go from 37th, right, and then now all the way up to second shows a tremendous recovery. And Dream, I know me and you kind of talked about it. It's like this roster, you know, they played with each other in the past, but nothing really competitive, right? So for them to come in and adjust and learn as quickly as they have shows great promise. This trio, again, you know, Shaded, OP, marked, Reed Boy, could be going pretty far.
Yeah, and I mean, just having some like old chemistry from before, being able to transfer that over even to Urzikstan, but not having any practice, really any customs practice, and to be able to go from 37th to do that, there's got to be some type of bragging rights for them. So moving forward, like Dandro said, the road will not get any easier here. And for some of these teams, maybe start going over some new loot paths, maybe just adjusting some strategies, going over VOD, but do whatever you can because we know SSD is waiting for you on Wednesday.
And SSD are looking nasty. Picked up by the Falcons. Can't wait to see how well they perform. Well, today was a great day. 6 incredible drops, 20 incredible teams moving forward to the finals. Of course, the other rosters, whether they were the bottom 8 fully eliminated or going to the LCQ, we'll be seeing those teams again, and I can't wait to see if they do improve. But let's talk about at least how today is ending and what ended up unfolding. Dandro, it was a great day, and I'm curious about what you thought about everything.
And man, it was a fantastic day. I love that we had 6 great games of Call of Duty Warzone, and against some of these teams who really kind of showed out and showed that they have what it takes to be competitive. So I'm looking at these top 20 teams mainly because, you know, they performed here today very well. Some maybe had some slip-ups, but obviously on Wednesday is when it all comes down onto the line on our regional final. So I'll be curious to see what kind of adjustments are they going to make between today and Wednesday, because they have to level up if they want a chance of making it to that global finals.
That's it, global finals. That's on everyone's mind. Dream, it was great working with you today. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Yo, listen, just super excited for this competition to get more fierce. Thank you guys for, you know, having me back, and I cannot wait. Also, thank you to the players for responding to all of my annoying DMs, because it's been wonderful getting to know you all, and I can't wait. Hopefully we'll get some new faces at that global final this year.
Absolutely. Hey, players have responded, and it's nice to hear, at least learn a little bit more from them. An excellent day. Thank you all for being here. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, make sure you hit it already, because we will be back tomorrow for EMEA. This time, it's going to be their upper bracket, or should be lower bracket 2. I'm excited to see how the teams are going to perform there in the different regions. There's a lot of conversation. EMEA versus US. Which one's the best, right? Let's get that started again, right? Hey, a great day, though. We'll be back tomorrow, 12:45 Eastern time, and I can't wait to get it started. But hey, like I said, thank you for being here. Make sure you hit the follow button. We'll be back tomorrow.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me.
Dead! Let's go! Beat the f out of here.
I'm ready for war.
Baby, come on! Come on, boys! Let's go, boys. That's what we like to see. Come on.
Oh my gosh.